Okay, good evening and welcome. Good evening and welcome, councillors, executive team, community members, and council staff to tonight's ordinary council meeting. My name is Councillor Alicia Kokoczynski, and I'm the Mayor of the Hepburn Shire. Acknowledgement of traditional owners. We would like to acknowledge we are meeting on Jara people country, of which members and elders of the Djadja Wurrung community and their forebears have been custodians for many centuries. On this land, the Jara people have performed age-old ceremonies of celebration, initiation and renewal. We acknowledge their living culture and their unique role in the life of this region. I would now like to take the opportunity to read Council's statement of commitment, and in these special platforms I will read the statement of commitment on behalf of all councillors. We, the councillors of Hepburn Shire, declare that we will undertake on every occasion to carry out our duties in the best interests of the community, and that our conduct shall maintain the standards of the Code of Good Governance so that we may faithfully represent and uphold the trust placed in this council by the people of Hepburn Shire. I must read a preamble for tonight's virtual council meeting. Tonight, on Tuesday, 16th of June 2020, we endeavour to undertake Council's second virtual ordinary council meeting. Council continues to be guided by the government directives and wants to do the right thing for the health of our community during COVID-19 pandemic. In the spirit of open, transparent and accountable governance, this ordinary council meeting is being live streamed on council website, and you will be able to view the proceedings of the meeting, councillor deliberations and voting. The meeting is also being recorded and will be made available on the council website as soon as practicable after the meeting. Pursuant to the ministerial guidelines, should technology problems be encountered by the council where there is an inability to be able to broadcast this meeting to the public, then the meeting must be adjourned until resolution or postponed. Council's meeting will be conducted tonight in accordance with the Local Government Act 2020, COVID-19 Omnibus Emergency Measures Act 2020, the Minister's Good Practice Guideline MGPG-1 virtual meetings. Council's meeting procedure, local law number 1, and finally the Hepburn Shire Council Councillor Code of Conduct. A priority for Council was to continue to allow the opportunity for our community to engage with Council via public participation time. For tonight's meeting, Council received 6 public questions and 4 requests to address Council. In accordance with Section 13 of our meeting procedure local law, a person, including any representative of the media, must not operate photogenic audio or video recording equipment or any other recording device at any council meeting without first obtaining the consent of the chairperson. At this point, no one requested that they would like to record this meeting. Permission does need to be sought if someone wants to take footage and use it or broadcast it. I also remind everyone that local government decision making, unlike state and federal government, does not afford the benefit of parliamentary privilege, and hence no protection is afforded to councillors and council officers for comments made during meetings which are subsequently challenged in a court of law or determined to be slanderous. As this meeting is being conducted virtually in accordance with the ministerial guidelines, councillors are required to advise individually whether they can hear the proceedings and hear their other councillor colleagues. 2, that they can see their councillor colleagues and be seen by others, that they can be heard by their councillor colleagues. We don't usually do a roll call, but what I will do this evening. So now I will do a virtual whip around the room and ask all councillors to advise that they are present and whether they can hear and that they can see. I will confirm to each councillor whether they can be heard. Then we will know that all councillors who are meeting virtually tonight will be present. Councillor Cottrell, Deputy Mayor, I will start with you. Councillor Cottrell, can you please state that you are present and whether you can hear and that you can see all your colleagues?
Madam Mayor, I can confirm that I'm present and that I can see all of my colleagues and I can hear the proceedings.
Thank you, Councillor Cottrell. I can confirm that I can see you and that I can also hear you. Councillor Robson, can you please state that you are present and whether you can hear and that you can see all of your colleagues?
Trick for young players. Yes, Madam Mayor, I am present and I can see and I can hear all my council colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I can confirm that I can see you and that I can also hear you. Councillor Redwood, AM. Councillor Redwood, can you please state that you are present and whether you can hear and that you can see all of your colleagues?
Madam Mayor, I am present and I can see and hear all of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Redwood. I can confirm that I can see you and that I can also hear you. Councillor Newitt.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am present and I can see and hear all my councillor colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newitt. I can confirm that I can see you and I can also hear you. Councillor Henderson, can you please state that you are present and whether you can hear and that you can see all your colleagues?
Madam Mayor, I'm present and I can see and hear all of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I can confirm that I can see and that I can also hear you. Councillor May, can you please state that you are present and whether you can hear and that you can see all of your colleagues?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am present and I can both see and hear all my councillor colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor May. I can confirm that I can see you and that I can also hear you. I confirm that I can see everyone in attendance, including my councillor colleagues, and hear all of my councillor colleagues. I now turn to item 4, which is apologies. Are there any apologies? There being no apologies, officers in attendance, I would now like to introduce council officers who are present in the virtual council meeting. Councillor Evan King, Chief Executive Officer.
Present.
Ms. Fran Fogarty, Acting Director, Corporate and Community Services.
Present.
Mr. Bruce Lucas, Director, Infrastructure and Development Services.
Yes, present, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Chris White, ICT Manager.
Madam Mayor.
Is that okay? Ms. Kristen Fort, Manager, Governance and Risk.
Present, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Alison Blackett, Senior Planning Consultant.
Present, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Bronwyn Southey, Manager, Development and Community Safety.
Present, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Andrew Burgess, Manager, Community and Economic Development.
Present, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Ben Grounds, Manager, Major Projects.
Present, Madam Mayor.
I now turn to item 5 of the agenda, Declaration of Conflicts of Interest. As required at any other meeting of council, councillors must declare a conflict of interest at the start of the meeting and leave the meeting when the item is presented to council. Councillors will be required to leave the meeting and return when the item has been resolved. At any point throughout the meeting, if any other councillor recognises that they have an indirect or direct interest, they can flag that at that point and follow the same procedure. Councillors, I now ask if any councillor has a conflict of interest to declare. If there are any conflicts of interest to declare, may I ask councillors to state which provision of the Act their conflict of interest satisfies and the item on the agenda that they have a conflict of interest in. Do I have any conflict of interest or declaration of conflict of interest? Councillor Redwood.
Madam Mayor, I have a conflict in relation to item 12.15 concerning a grant to the Wombat Post, and it's an indirect interest.
Thank you. And any other conflicts of interest? Yes, Councillor Redwood.
Sorry. No other.
None other?
No.
Thank you. Okay, officers that are present, I now ask whether you have a conflict of interest in any items presented before council tonight. Mr. King.
Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest to declare in tonight's agenda.
Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can confirm that I have no conflicts of interest in items being presented in tonight's agenda.
Ms. Fogarty.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do not have any conflicts of interest to declare at tonight's meeting.
Mr. White.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do not have any conflicts of interest in any items presented at council tonight.
Ms. Forth.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest to declare.
Ms. Blackett.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest to declare.
Ms. Southey.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do not have any conflicts of interest in any of the items presented to council tonight.
Mr. Burgess.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest of any items on the agenda for tonight.
And finally, Mr. Grounds.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest on any items presented to council tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Confirmation, I now move to item 6, which is confirmation of previous meeting minutes. Previously circulated. I have a recommendation before us to adopt the meeting minutes from 19 May 2020. That the recommendation reads that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on 19 May 2020 as previously circulated to councillors be confirmed. I am in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved Councillor Cottrell, seconded Councillor Newitt, correct?
Yes, I'd like to move the motion. It's in the minutes. Yes,
and seconded Councillor Newitt. Do you wish to speak on it or just to move?
Just move, thank you, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
I will put this motion to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, remember, please raise your hand up in front. There being no dissent, I declare it carried. Notices of motion. I have items, agenda item number 7, which is notices of motion, and I have item 7.1, advertising of planning permit applications. I have received a notice of motion and has been requested to be put forward by Councillor Cottrell. It was received on the 16th of May.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Cottrell, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the matter of advertising of planning permit applications, I propose the motion on page 9 of the agenda, and which I will read. The motion is 711, that council, in upholding its core values of accountability, probity and transparency, immediately moves to post on its website under a prominent and consistent heading of planning applications the following. No later than 11 a.m. on every Tuesday, and I delete the words of each year, open brackets, excepting where a Tuesday is a public holiday on the next business day, close brackets, a schedule detailing all planning applications received by council during the preceding calendar week. The details of such schedule provide, as a minimum, application number, date received, address of the property involved, description of the application and zone. Also, that no later than 11 a.m. on the first Tuesday of every month of each year, open brackets, excepting where a Tuesday is a public holiday on the next business day, close brackets, a schedule detailing all planning applications currently in progress. The details of such schedule provide, as a minimum, application number, date received, address of the property involved, description of the application, zone, informed explanation of the status of the application.
Do I have a seconder? Is there a seconder for this motion?
I second the motion, Madam Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Redwood. Is there, Councillor Cottrell, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can just, as in the agenda, that during the past 4 years, Council has discussed the need to extend its vision and oversight of Council's planning function. In particular, that Council and the community has access to open, frequent and regular reports on planning applications received and their ongoing status. Council is the ultimate accountable authority, though many of the functions for which it remains accountable are actioned under officer delegation. Concern has been and remains how Council can manage its accountability to planning when it has limited understanding of how planning functions, and in particular oversight of the pipeline and applications approved / rejected under its delegation. Also, the success of Council's vision, our Council, is deeply embedded in the perception of Council by the community. Expressed community frustration stems from a lack of understanding of the planning process, including knowledge of applications lodged and their ongoing status. Council currently work on the basis of seeing only planning applications where greater than 5 objections have been received, where the application has been refused, where the development value exceeds 2 million, or where the application is deemed of significant interest to the Shire. On all other applications, Council and the community have limited or no vision. Under this process, there have been numerous, excuse me, sorry, I'll stop there, Madam Mayor. To rectify this anomaly in governance oversight, I recommend the motion to councillors.
Councillor Redwood, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, the motion recommends changes which are quite commonly found in other councils. Here in Hepburn, this information has been often obscure or patchy, and in putting in place the activities which this motion recommends, we'll see a far greater transparency, both for councillors and for the community at large, around planning application matters, and that's very much to be commended.
Are there any speakers against the motion? Are there any further speakers for the motion? I will put the motion. There would be no opposition, so I will put the motion now. All in favour of the motion? There being no dissent, I declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. I now move to items of urgent business, and we have 2 items of urgent business. First of all, I would like to just signify that we are required, we should be moving a condolence motion. We have just learned today of the passing of former Senator John Madigan, and who is Senator of the Australian Parliament, who ran a business here in the Shire. I'm just wondering if Councillor Henderson, would you like to move a condolence motion?
Yes, I was going to move an item of urgent business before that, Madam Mayor. So I move an item of urgent business to pay tribute to Mr. John Madigan.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Robson. Councillor Henderson, would you like to speak to your motion?
I'm in favour of that too. All right. Well, What can be said about John Madigan is that he was a very passionate person. He was passionate about community, passionate about ideas that he had and the way things should be done. He really served the community in many, many ways that people didn't know about. I raised on the radio today one issue about his parliamentary allowance. When he became a senator, he said that he wouldn't accept the parliamentary allowance, that he would rather spend it on dividing that money up amongst the people doing things for children in his constituency, rather than spending postage stamps on sending out newsletters. I can confirm, and I know personally, that he did that. So he forewent that money. He also ran a successful blacksmith's business down in Hepburn Springs, and he married into a very well-known Creswick family, the Quinlan family, and Therese and he had a great link to Creswick and to the Shire. So not much more can be said that a lot of people won't know, but John, despite having differences of opinion and differences of belief, John had a singular belief in what he thought was right and wrong. And he always conducted himself in a very respectful manner. He was able to speak to people again from all walks of life, but his great preference was to represent working people and those without a voice. He did that to the best of his ability, and he'll be a sad loss to the community at large, and particularly to the Creswick and the Hepburn Springs and Dalesford community. And I'd like to pass on condolences and of this council to his family, Therese and the children, and so I commend that motion to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Robson, would you like to speak in favour of the motion? No? I presume there is no opposition. So does anybody else wish to speak in favour of the motion?
I'd like a seconder if I could.
Yeah, a seconder is Councillor Robson.
Right.
Okay, I therefore move the motion, the condolence motion on the passing of former Senator Mr. Madigan be passed. So all those in favour? There being no dissent, I declare it carried. Are there any other items of urgent business?
Madam Mayor, I seek permission to present another item of urgent business.
Is there a seconder for that? In a number of places. Who would like to second? Councillor Robson? Okay, I'll now put the motion to allow the urgent business to happen. All those in favour? There being no dissent, I now ask you, Councillor Redwood, to move your motion.
Madam Mayor, the matter concerns the deferral of item 15.2, the review of the Lake House title boundary, which is on the agenda tonight. The item is listed as a confidential item on tonight's agenda. In the public interest, it's proposed to list this item on the public agenda for July. It's noted that there has been an encroachment on public land, and Council acknowledges this and wishes to deal with the matter. This will be reported on in July, and Council will consider whatever actions are appropriate to be taken. The matter cannot be moved from confidential to open agenda tonight, as the officer's report, which accompanies the item, contains information of a confidential nature affecting other parties and would automatically become public. I therefore move that item 15.2, review of Lake House title boundary, be deferred one cycle and be listed on the open agenda for Council's July meeting.
Councillor Robson, do you wish to speak now, or you reserve your right to speak?
Has she seconded the item?
Yes.
Yes, I did second the item.
Thank you.
And I would like to say that I do second this item because I do believe it needs to be spoken about in the public arena. Thank you.
Are there any opposition to this urgency motion? There being none, are there any other? Do any other councillors wish to say something on this motion? Wish to contribute? No, they've been silent. I will therefore put the motion in accordance with Councillor Redwood. All in favour? There being no dissent, I declare it carried. I now go to item 9, which is presentation of councillors' report. What we will hopefully all councillors will have reports, but we will deal with it in a similar way that we did last month. I will give my mayoral report first. As you can tell, we are again meeting virtually, streaming live via our website. Last month's meeting using this format was carried out with little difficulties, and I want to take this opportunity of publicly thanking all our staff, CEO, directors, IT and governance staff for their skill in ensuring that these virtual meetings go without interruptions. I need to say that for viewers, residents and even us as councillors, you do not see the hive of activity, coordination and alertness that the staff mentioned need to display, which you cannot see. So I would like to formally record a thank you. We do look forward to meeting in real time in the Daylesford Town Hall as soon as circumstances permit, which we hope is soon. In May, I was pleased on behalf of Council to raise the Aboriginal flag in Vincent Street to mark Sorry Day, and I see the flag is still up, and the commencement of Reconciliation Week. Unfortunately, the events to mark these two events were hindered by the current pandemic restrictions. However, important and terrific videos created by members of the Dja Dja Wurrung community are now available on our website, and I commend them to you. As you will be able to read in the local, various town newsletters and on our website, the restrictions on activities and isolation are slowly and methodically starting to be lifted. We can see that people are starting to socialise in small groups, still mostly observing the social distancing guidelines, that there is increased visitation to our towns, cafes, restaurants and traders. We welcome these activities. The impact of the restrictions has taken a terrible toll on our lives and economies, and we are all working hard to see a restart of our communities. Please observe whatever restrictions are current. They are there for our benefit. We are all cognizant that a second wave of infection can be just around the corner, and we certainly do not want that. We understand that state and federal governments are currently dispersing considerable economic recovery funds via infrastructure and specific project monies. Sometimes this targets specific areas such as roads, tourism, schools improvements and the like. Please be aware that your council, using the backlog list of projects that have been developed in accordance with our council plan, has developed an investment strategy that we are using to lobby for funds. We are targeting infrastructure projects which enhance and improve the livability of our towns and improve their amenities for our residents and visitors. As you would have read, we now have a new Minister for Local Government. He is Mr. Danny Pearson, MP for Essendon. We look forward to meeting him and his staff in due course to talk about this shire, its advantages, and especially what are our immediate and post-COVID-19 needs. No doubt he will be visiting as many local government areas as possible to familiarise himself, and I look forward to formally inviting him to our shire. I have to end this report by saying that I am always ready to talk to residents about how the shire operates and indeed how council functions. Local government, being a creature of the state government, is tightly controlled by various pieces of state legislation which specifically outlines governance processes, areas of responsibility, limitations and conduct. In my travels, I find that I spend a considerable amount of time explaining these processes to people. We as councillors are always happy to do this because a better informed community should mean better governance. I now ask other councillors if they wish to present a report. Councillor Robson, Birch Ward.
I will table my report, thank you.
Councillor Cottrell, Holcombe Ward.
Any report will be tabled, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Newitt, Cameron Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we discussed, I will table my report this month.
Councillor Redwood, AM, Birch Ward.
I will table my report, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Henderson, Creswick Ward.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll table my report.
Councillor May, Creswick Ward.
I don't have a report this month, Madam Mayor.
Then I'm in search of a motion that council receives and notes the mayor's and councillors' reports. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? A mover. Councillor Henderson, do I have a seconder? Councillor Redwood, any opposition? Does anybody wish to speak in favour of the motion? I will therefore put the motion. All in favour of councillor mayor's and councillor reports be received. All raise your hands. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Public question time. Public question time. We moved to 10.1, which is petitions, and we have received no petitions this evening. 10.2 is questions, and we're going to do this a little bit differently. I will read out the name of the person asking the question and their question and the response, and these will be made known to the questioners. We have a question from Ms. Christine Malloy, and she asks, in reference to the proposed budget of 2020 to 21 on page 34, item 4.5.2, Capital Works Program Infrastructure Roads, does road reseals program of $853,000 include the sealing of White Hills Road and Gardner Street, Creswick? Council's response is, the road reseals program is part of Council's Capital Works program to renew existing bituminous sealed roads based on the pavement seal condition. The timely resurfacing of existing sealed road surfaces is required to ensure the integrity of the road is maintained. The program does not extend to creation or upgrading of unsealed roads. I have another question from Ms. Christine Malloy. If the answer is no, can it be added to the budget as we have 6 new subdivisions or houses in Gardner Street since the original petition of over 100 residents, which was lodged in early 2019? Council's response is, Council considered this item in May 2019 and completed a road safety audit in June 2019, where no high risks were identified. Council is inviting submissions on the draft budget, and Council's deliberation of all submissions will be the means for considering any variations to the draft budget. I have now a question number 3 from Mr. Peter Malloy, and he asks, I understand that the sealing of White Hills Road and Gardner Street, Creswick, is on a priority list for roads to be made in the Creswick ward. How many roads are on this priority list? And the answer to that is, upgrade of unsealed roads is one of the most common non-maintenance requests received by the Infrastructure Department. In urban Creswick alone, there are 128 unsealed roads totalling nearly 35 kilometres in length. While all unsealed roads are not in a priority list for upgrade, Council's engineering team do evaluate these requests based on a number of factors, including safety and sustainable management of the road network. Arguably, most residents on unsealed roads would like an upgrade. However, they have not been prioritised as a total package. Council's current program of unsealed road upgrades has spanned Council's 4-year term and will have upgraded approximately 2 kilometres of urban unsealed roads. The final roads from this program are in the 2020 to 21 draft budget for road upgrades in Clunes and Glen Lyon. There is currently no plans beyond the current term of Council, and this will be discussed with the future works being discussed in the new term of Council. I have question 4 from Mr. Peter Malloy, which is a second part to his question. Where is White Hills and Gardiner Street on this priority list? The response is, it is not possible to say where White Hills Road and Gardiner Street is, as this is reviewed each year based on a number of factors, including any changed circumstances for the entire road network. Council officers are reviewing a draft road upgrade policy and a special charge scheme policy for consideration in the 2021 year by the new Council. If adopted by Council, the objective of these policies will be to have road upgrades prioritised to a set of standard criteria and offer alternative paths of funding for those nominated roads that do not receive Council funding. Question 5 is from a Ms. Dulles Kinnear. 1. I ask Council as Committee of Management for the Lake Daylesford Reserve why there has been no report on this serious boundary issue on Council's public agenda. Council, and the response is, Council has been considering the concerns you have raised and has had the area surveyed by licensed surveyors. And as per our previous resolution, we can confirm that the matter will be discussed in open forum, open Council meeting at the next Council. The question number 6, again from Ms. Dulles Kinnear. We have been dealing with this issue for some 15 months now. Why isn't Council, as Committee of Management for the Lake Daylesford Reserve, being open and transparent on this issue dealing with public land? When will Council honour its commitment to me? The response is, Council acknowledges the breach in the boundary and in accordance with the urgent item tonight, it will consider a report in open Council session at the July meeting as the way forward and actions to be taken. I would now like to invite those in the virtual waiting room to address the meeting. We have 4 people to address this meeting tonight. The first one is Mr. Chris Isles. Now, Mr. Chris Isles has been granted special dispensation and I am to read his submissions. His subject is requested addition to Council meeting introduction, and he states, I submit and request in item 1 in Council agendas and subsequent minutes and any other documents and transmission that it is in the public interest that at the commencement of any such process, the following words are included that state, quote, Hepburn Shire Council acknowledges, appreciates and respects the settlers of these lands, traditional farming communities, rural living peoples and their clans, beliefs, tangible and non-tangible, as having the same rights as others within the Commonwealth of Australia, end of quote. Council will write back to Mr. Ills on this matter. I now welcome 3 other people. Each person, I would bring to your attention that each person has 3 minutes to address Council, and they are subject to local law number 7 in relation to behaviour at meetings as if it was you were physically present in a hall. So I ask Mr. Hood, Mr. Brian Hood, to be introduced to the meeting. Mr. Hood, welcome to the meeting. I'll ask you to state your name and your address, and then you may proceed. Something wrong. Mr. Hood, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. Mr. Hood, would you please state your name and your address? And you would have no doubt been advised of what the protocols for these public participation time. Each person is allotted 3 minutes and all people must observe local law number 1 and item number 7 relating to behaviour at meetings. So would you please proceed?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to address you on the important matter of the Trentham Community Centre. That is a task requiring more than 3 minutes to do it justice. However, I make the following points. As chair of the Trentham Neighbourhood Centre Committee, I was asked by the Project Advisory Group to outline TNC's position regarding potential occupancy of the planned community centre. In response, I outlined in writing to CEO Evan King that TNC welcomed a discussion on that matter and noted that TNC's 2 requirements were that it be allocated at least as much floor space as it currently utilises and that financial arrangements not adversely affect TNC. Perfectly reasonable expectations in my view. My correspondence to Evan was intentionally brief as I reasonably expected a subsequent meeting would take place. No meeting ever took place with council or the advisory group, but I am aware that Evan forwarded my correspondence to the advisory group. TNC's possible inclusion in the centre was a key plank of the Trentham Facilities Review. TNC is in the unique position of having continuously served the community for 30 years, providing a wide range of services to many sections of the community. It is a popular, vibrant, well-respected organisation. Councillors, please understand that my concerns extend well beyond the issue of TNC's apparent expulsion. I am also a Trentham resident, ratepayer and a director of Trentham's Community Bank. As neither the ward councillor nor the advisory group alerted the community that vital decisions were to be made at this meeting on their part, I drew attention to the matter as soon as I became aware of it. I noted 4 points: the possible removal of the hall stage, which could be seen to be in conflict with council's resolution to retain the hall. Secondly, that the consequent 116 seat capacity, which is widely seen to be completely inadequate for our growing population. Thirdly, the idea of a function room at the sports ground is an idea that is broadly unknown in the community. And the 4th point being the planned exclusion of TNC. Clearly, these are important matters being decided upon by council and the community should be aware of them. Not surprisingly, the numerous reactions to the social media posting alerting people to these points indicate widespread surprise, alarm and concern. Councillors must note and must be aware that the recommendations being put to council tonight for decision under the name of the Project Advisory Group have been done so without the prior knowledge and consent of the advisory group, and even more importantly, without any consultation with the community. That represents remarkably poor governance. The community and the advisory group deserve much better. The recommendations before you tonight are at best premature, and there are simply too many unanswered questions. For example, how can all councillors be reasonably asked to vote on a recommendation to increase a project's budget when its scope is yet to be finalised and it hasn't even been ventilated with the community? The capacity of a large function room was a second key plank in the facilities review and a critical expectation of the community, and it too appears to be being discarded without consultation. Councillors must be painfully aware of the findings of the annual Community Satisfaction Survey, especially the results around decision-making and consultation. The community centre is too important for Trentham for it to be rushed through without due process and genuine consultation. I expect council would not want another high-profile project mired in avoidable controversy. Councillors, I ask that all recommendations put to council tonight under agenda item 12.14 should be deferred until such time as the advisory group has thoroughly communicated with the community and completed their own deliberations. I am happy to take questions. Thank you.
Do we have questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hood. I now move to the next person to address council. And I understand that you will now leave the meeting. Thank you. I now turn to Dr. Ross Ullman. Ross Ullman. Welcome, Mr. Ullman. Would you just please state your name and your address and proceed? And as I've said earlier, that I don't know whether you heard, but local laws state that each person has 3 minutes and must abide by the behaviour at meetings in local law number 1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In view of the resolution to defer this matter until the July meeting, I see no need to address councillors this evening, but I do expect to do so at the July ordinary meeting, because before then, council's 15 months of total silence on this matter will have ended. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ullman. You will be ushered out now. Ms. Dallas Kinnear is the next speaker. Thank you. Ms. Kinnear, if you could just state your name and your address, and I've said to all previous speakers, you have 3 minutes, and you are required to abide by Section 7 of Local Law Number 1 in relation to behaviour at meetings. Please proceed. Please give your name and address, and please proceed.
I don't know if you're asking me, are you, or someone else? I'm not clear.
Yes, you. If you could just state your name and address, please.
Dallas Kinnear, Lakeside Farm, Jubilee Lake Lane, Dalesford. Hello, councillors. Thanks for being our councillors. I know it's a tough job. Appreciate the work you're doing for us. I believe that each of you as councillors and council officers have the community's best interest at heart, and I trust you all to make decisions based on prioritising the community interest above the interests of private citizens. Thus, there must have been a good reason why you wanted to hold that meeting on Lake House in camera. However, I'm told I have never been let into the meeting till this second. I've had to hear secondhand that it's been delayed till July, so I won't worry about that now. Having been kept in the dark, I can only surmise that council believes that the community's best interest was served by this secrecy and abandoning of good community consultation processes. I won't go on with a lot of what's said, except to say that perhaps someone had made a mistake or some corrupt action had occurred and council risked being sued if the Lake House issue became public. I believe and trust you all to be doing the right thing, so there must have been a good reason. And I hope there was no any intimidation as there was on the appellants, or we felt intimidated as appellants 20 years ago when we took Lake House to VCAT. One appellant actually pulled out of the appeal as a result of that, fearing her business would be impacted. I acknowledge the difficult job you have in making decisions about things like this in a well-educated community with a population which has such opposing interests. However, I believe the community wants a council which seeks community input and values the contribution its community makes. I question whether council as Committee of Management of Lake Dalesford would have been better to face this serious boundary issue with the help of the community rather than without it. Mistakes will occur, we all make them. If there have been mistakes or heaven help us, any past shady deals or any intimidation, maybe it would be better for council to admit these things openly and work through solving them together with the community. The people whom I know are all willing to help council, and if there's a problem, to use their ideas and time and talents to help council to resolve it. The council's current secrecy and lack of transparency over this issue for 15 months has had two disadvantages. Firstly, it dissolves trust and breeds suspicion in ratepayers who are kept in the dark. Secondly, it prevents this council from drawing on a wealth of free expertise and genuine desire of locals to help council do its job well. As a happy chappy, I'm still hopeful that the secrecy and poor planning and community consultation processes that have happened here, and I'll say at Jubilee Lake, which I've personally experienced, will be investigated so we can set out together to build a more fruitful and rewarding ongoing councillor community partnership. And thanks for listening and giving me this opportunity to address you all. Good luck with all the things you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kinnear, and you will now be ushered out of the council meeting. I now move to item 11 on the agenda, which is statutory planning reports. Item 11.1, which is adoption of the updated draft of Hepburn Heritage Strategy 2020 to 2030. I would like to introduce Ms. Alison Blackett, Senior Planning Consultant, and Ms. Bronwyn Southey, Manager of Development and Community Safety.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is for council to consider the draft final heritage strategy for adoption. Council can also note the findings of the engagement strategy that we undertook as part of the development of the strategy. Note the recommendation that it be included as a background document in the Hepburn planning scheme. Note the need to allocate resources annually to deliver the individual initiatives identified in the 2020 to 2030 action plan. And that council officers annually prepare a report on what's been achieved in heritage across the Shire. But before councillors consider the recommendations, I would like to emphasise the value of having a heritage strategy to the broader community and also to councillors. The heritage strategy is a requirement by the department to guide councils in how to undertake and allocate our resources annually. So when council does its annual budget review, we can look at the 2020 to 2030 action plan and use that as a guide in allocation of staffing and budgets. The themes that are contained in the heritage strategy will guide the nature of research that we need to undertake. And also those themes can assist council at VCAT and at planning panels on an as-needs basis. So they're really, councillors, the main things that I just wanted you to take into account before you consider the officer's recommendations. So thank you.
Are there any questions to the officers? Councillor Redwood.
Madam Mayor, through you, Ms. Blackett, in the officer's recommendation, it says, note the need to allocate resources annually to deliver individual initiatives identified in the plan. And obviously there's a whole list that you've got there.
Yeah.
Could you give council some idea of the order of magnitude that you think might be needed annually?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the first priority would be to develop a more refined heritage thematic environmental history document that would put more shape around the need to protect more places in the Shire. So even although we've got nearly 1,000 buildings protected in the heritage overlay of the Hepburn Planning Scheme, everybody knows that there's a vast number that have been left out of that local heritage protection or that aren't on the heritage register. So individual citations of heritage studies we need to undertake on an ongoing basis heritage studies with a view to protecting more sites in the Shire. So to answer your question, it could be $50,000 on an annual basis to undertake this work over a long period of time, because there's probably many hundreds of places that remain unprotected. Some places do have heritage protection, but the interiors haven't been protected. In other cases, there just needs to be more detail added to the citation to guide council officers in how they'll assess a proposal. So I've used a few weasel words because it is a lot of work and it does need an annual allocation, and that doesn't include the necessary planning scheme amendments that would have to follow to formally include it in the scheme. So it is a substantial budget item.
Thank you.
Are there other questions to the officers? No, okay. I'm in search of a motion for the recommendations. Do I have a mover and seconder, please? Move Councillor Newitt, seconded Councillor Henderson. Councillor Newitt, do you wish to speak in favour of the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak in favour of it. Heritage issues come up to us basically every time we have a community consultation in our various towns and areas of our wards. It's something that's very important to the community, to those that choose to live and work in this region. It's very important that we have a document like this that will also feed into our planning documents, but also it's a parallel with the we seek to get UNESCO World Heritage recognition for the Victorian Goldfields region. So, you know, as part of it, as well structured as the document is, and it will be accepted, and there's been a lot of community interest and participation in this, it's part of a suite of projects that will actually show just how important heritage matters are to the community and to this council.
Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just in supporting the resolution, I guess all of us can claim to live in heritage areas, and this Shire is so rich in heritage. It's something that we can't leave out of our product, if you like. People who live here just love living here because of the heritage. People come here because of that heritage. They come for a lot of other reasons, but I've never ceased to be amazed at the amount of people who come here and ask about gold, or ask about the old buildings, or ask about the history of forestry, and marvel at some of the trees that were planted here that are actually quite rare. Ms. Blackett's quite correct. Not all of these buildings are on a register as such. And often we find buildings that have missed the boat. And one prime example, a few years ago, a heritage grant was sought for the Clune School of Mines. It was discovered that it was wrongly listed, and a different address was given for that building, and in fact it didn't have that registration. So and just recently in Creswick, the same thing happened, where the old Mechanics Institute, which is one of the very finest buildings in Creswick, was discovered it didn't have a heritage listing. That doesn't make it any less important, but I think our planners actually need perhaps the tools to be able to enforce some of the things that developers particularly want to do to places. They've got their business to run, and they want to pull the inside out of a building, and we find out the only thing is protected as the paint on the outside. Makes it very difficult, and also for the developer they buy a building and they think, oh, well, there's no protection on this, I can do this and this and that. And so I think a clear set of guidelines, or at least the framework, is very, very important. And so that's why this is long overdue, and I commend the work that our officers have done in getting this together, and also to the people in the community who've had an input into this. So I commend the resolution to my colleagues.
Any speakers against the motion? I ask if any councillors wish to contribute to this discussion in speaking for the motion. There being silence, okay, so we have a mover and seconder for the recommendation. I will now put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand so I can see them. Okay, there being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you, Ms. Blackett, and well done. Item 11.2, the exhibition of draft revised Hepburn Planning Scheme, Amendment C80HEPB. Now I'd like to introduce Ms. Alison Blackett, Senior Planning Consultant, and Bronwyn Southey, Manager, Development and Community Safety again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this report is for council to consider the key components of Amendment C80 and to consider placing the amendment on exhibition for a period of 6 weeks. The amendment has been prepared in accordance with the community engagement program included in the officer report. In considering placing the amendment on exhibition, I'd like to emphasise the community engagement that's been undertaken to date that occurred not only as part of the Hepburn Planning Scheme review in late 2019, but another lot of consultation was undertaken in March of this year to refine some of the local policies that you can see today that are in draft format, to make sure that the draft that's presented tonight is on track and still reflective of community sentiments. Also, as part of that March consultation that we undertook, surveys were undertaken. We had many phone conversations. There were Zoom meetings, not only with the community, but also with key government stakeholders. I'll just quickly outline the suite of changes that are proposed to our planning scheme. First up, we have a new condensed and updated municipal planning strategy that's been prepared in accordance with the ministerial direction. We have 19 new local policies that have been prepared in direct response to the issues raised by the community in late 2019 and this year as well. And in my council officer report, I've cross-referenced those issues with what components of the amendment have actioned those community concerns. One of the key changes also are zone changes in key townships across the Shire to remove the township zone and the general res zone and replace it with the neighbourhood residential zone. So this is a more low-key zone that doesn't, because we thought that the township zone and the GRZ didn't reflect the intent of the Shire, and the NRZ actually is a much more modest approach to township development. In terms of overlay changes, some new overlays are proposed, a new significant landscape overlay in parts of the Shire around Mount Beckwith, and an extension of the existing SLO. The addition of some new heritage overlays around Trentham to reflect the historic potato huts that are existing on existing farmlets in that area. The removal of some redundant development plan overlays on 3 sites in the Shire. And the addition of a design and development overlay around the Dalesford Waste Transfer Facility to limit development until council have completed a Shire-wide waste management strategy. The other matters that I'd like councillors to consider before placing this on exhibition is just the nature of the documents that are being presented this evening. They're not attached to this report because they're too large. They're on council's website. So that draft planning scheme is not the version that's going to be placed on exhibition. It's as near as we can get prior to authorisation. So those draft documents, should council choose to consider that it be placed on exhibition, will be finalised by the department, and then a formal version will be updated in coming weeks. The other thing I'd just like to emphasise is planning schemes are never static documents. They should be updated on a pretty regular basis through adding places to the heritage overlay, tweaking zone boundaries, correcting anomalies. These matters haven't been dealt with over many years in this Shire. And so we don't want the community to think that there won't be changes made to the planning scheme for another 20 years. The planning scheme is very much a live document, and council will, as a matter of course, be reflecting findings of its community engagement when they do the annual plan or when they prepare council plans in the future. And they'll also be reflecting our ongoing commitment to whether it's affordable housing strategies or housing and land use work that we undertake, or transport strategies. There's a whole range of reasons why you might update your planning scheme. The other thing that I'd just like to draw council's attention to, on page 32 of the council officer report, we have provided a scope of the engagement strategy. So a key part of that is that every ratepayer and resident will be directly notified by mail, and there will be ads in the paper and notices placed in each of our 5 main townships. So council officer level, we believe that we've prepared enough documentation at this point in time to place this draft planning scheme on exhibition and to seek written comments from the community, with the hope that it will be a robust enough document to be referred in the future to an independent panel. And I've laid out the time frame at the end of my council officer report as to what that looks like. So it may be a panel that is held in late 2020 or even early 2021. So thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Ms Blackett. Are there any questions to Ms Blackett? Councillor Cottrell and then Councillor May.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to compliment Ms Blackett on this document. It's very comprehensive, well laid out, easy to read, and a very informative document. There has been a concern that this document is in itself an end game. I was just wondering if you've touched on a little bit, but I just wondering if you can outline where this document sits in the context of where we're now headed.
Thank you, Councillor Cottrell. Look, and through you, Madam Mayor, we believe that this is a very sound platform to move forward with in the suite of projects that we identified in the planning scheme review. The planning scheme review that was adopted by Council in February included a table 12 that had a list of actions that Council adopted, and some of those key actions were to develop structure plans. So we believe that this revised planning scheme will be a very helpful format for moving forward with undertaking those structure plans. And also it's much more reflective of the community sentiment that has been reflected, the need to protect our 19th century gold mining townships, the need to protect significant landscapes, the need to provide for businesses and entrepreneurs coming into the Shire so people can continue to make a living and enjoy the quality of life in the Shire. So we do believe that we've reflected those initiatives, but there is a lack of detailed technical reporting that's been done over the last 20 years, and we need to do much more drilled down research to get more value out of planning.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Ms. Councillor May, unmute yourself, please.
Ms. Blackett, just a quick one on the public consultation that you mentioned earlier, and perhaps for the benefit of some listening and to remind us, can you give us a brief rundown on where those community consultations were held and the community groups and people that were involved in those, and how well they particularly covered the community members?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor May, the way I outlined it in detail in the council officer report, but the way that community engagement was framed, we invited people, we put ads in the paper and we invited people to come to focus group meetings that were based on those key themes and to further examine some of those local policies. And the reason why we framed them out as focus groups was because they're such technical documents. It was much better to have people in a group talking about these matters rather than doing a survey. We did end up doing a survey, but we really wanted to do the focus groups. However, unfortunately, we had to cancel the focus groups. A lot of people were pulling out because of the COVID-19 health concerns. And then we were advised by the Victorian Department of Health not to have the meeting. So we cancelled that, and we still had the email addresses from everyone that had registered. So we contacted those people directly. Some people we couldn't contact, but we pretty much contacted all of them and got their feedback, and that informed a lot of the formulation of the drafts. So it was unfortunate, the COVID-19, because we were very much looking forward to having these focus groups, but we still believe we got quite a lot of information out of that online engagement process.
So if I might follow up just briefly, Madam Mayor, I understand those difficulties, but so are you happy that you've got a good cross-sectional view of the community and their feelings on these matters?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor May, that the focus groups were meant to be voluntary. They were voluntary, and some people nominated to attend them. So it wasn't representative because it was an ad in the paper and people just simply nominating, writing in and saying, I'm interested in that. And some people nominated to be in more than one focus group, and they were included in more than one focus group. So it wasn't meant to be representative. The way to get a representative outcome is to ask every person to comment, which is what we're doing in the exhibition period. We're directly notifying by mail every ratepayer and resident.
Okay, so that was the point I was about to make, I guess, was given that there was perhaps some consultation missed perhaps in the process, this putting out for community consultation now will hopefully give anyone who is concerned about it the opportunity to voice those concerns.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor May. This next step in the process is a formal exhibition. So it's not really an opportunity, it's an opportunity to make a submission and to formally respond to the proposal but it's not as iterative as a focus group or as a survey or as a phone conversation. So the status of the documentation before council is as good a draft as we can get. And now the council officers believe it's robust enough to formally seek community written feedback on the proposal.
Do I have Councillor Redwood?
Just wanted to ask a question, Madam Mayor. I read this document and I thought it was fantastic. And I just wondered how many other small rural shires would have a document like this?
Ms Blackett.
Ms Blackett.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Redwood. Look, we have gone to extraordinary lengths, and I do want to acknowledge the consultants Plan to Place, Paul Buxton and Kelly Marks, who've also played a very big role and have authored this revised planning scheme. It's an extraordinary body of work to do in a short space of time, but we have had the value of the support from DELP Smart Planning and DELP Grampians. They've been amazing as well. And I think there's a real, a very positive feeling about Hepburn Shire and the commitment we have to doing best practice planning. And I think that's why the department have been so supportive and responsive in delivering on these very, very tight deadlines and coming up with some very high level and important comments. So we've been blessed. We've been very supported by actually not just DELP, but also the water authorities. Our key stakeholders have been very positive about this whole initiative.
Other questions from councillors? Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Robson.
Yes, perhaps this is one just for the record, Ms Blackett, but my understanding from speaking to other councillors from other shires is that we've been very fortunate in getting Buxtons and being able to have their support, because my understanding is they're regarded very well by both the government, by planning institutions generally. That's the case, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Robson.
Thank you. I do have a question about the process from now. One of the things we're doing is put on an exhibition if it passes through at the moment. And I was interested in the process around the submissions. Will they be made publicly available so people can see other people's submissions?
Ms Blackett.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Robson, the submissions that are received at the end of the formal exhibition period will be made publicly available, and they will be attached also to the council officer report when we refer the matter in September, the September cycle, to council. So not only will those submissions be made public, but there'll also be a summary document that summarises all the issues and makes, provides some context to it as well, and cross-references it against whether or not a submission is a formal component of the amendment. Some people make submissions that are not relevant. So you do have to acknowledge the submission, but also say how it fits in context with the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Cottrell, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps more of a statement and a comment, but a question. But Ms Blackett, we have introduced in January last year a governing policy on community engagement, and part of that is council moving towards making all submissions on critical issues of council publicly available as they're received, rather than bulked after they've been dealt with. The thought behind that was that when people make a submission, to make that submission available to everyone as it's received allows other people in the community to read it and perhaps leverage off that, and thereby improve the overall response from submissions from the community. Part of that was also that we did provide a template to try and stop or reduce submissions that were not addressing the point of the submission, the ones that you may classify as not relevant. So I hope that we might look at that process as we go down this pathway.
Ms. Blackett, do you wish to?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Cottrell. My response was based on our obligations under the Planning and Environment Act. I'll have to defer to the manager of planning and development to determine how we might deal with that flow of oncoming submissions as they are provided.
Thank you.
Do you wish to make a comment, Ms. Southey?
Good evening, all. To be honest, it isn't something that is overly concerning, and it does make sense, and it's consistent with council policy. However, we will just ensure, and we have been ensuring, that our public consultation is consistent with council's consultation. However, we will need to take that specific thing on notice prior to providing council with a formal response.
Any other further questions? Okay, we have recommendations in front of the chair, and I will be asking for a mover and seconder. Do you wish me to read out the Councillor Redwood?
I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Do you wish me to read I'll read the motion?
I don't need you to, but if you feel that it's appropriate for the public, by all means.
Was there another comment?
Happy to second.
Okay, the motion reads 11.2.1 notes the key components of the amendment C80 HEPB, which updates the Hepburn Planning Scheme and implement the findings of the Hepburn Planning Review Scheme. 11.2.2 resolves to proceed with amendment C80 HEPB by requesting authorisation from the Minister for Planning, and following authorisation, commence exhibition for a period of 6 weeks. And 11.2.3 adopt the Shire-wide community engagement program, which considers social distancing COVID-19 requirements. Do I have a mover and seconder? Was Kate?
Yeah,
Redwood?
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I just want to say that this is a huge moment, that while we're part of a lengthy process here in developing the planning scheme review, to have got to this particular point is a very, very exciting moment, I think, for all of us. And for a number of us who've been pushing for a review of the planning scheme for a long, long time, this does feel historic. I want to congratulate Alison and all the other players who have contributed to this document. It was a long read, I have to tell you, getting through all the different attachments and so forth, but it really does feel like something very, very special for this Shire. And it is a moment where I feel very proud to be moving the moment that this moves to the exhibition phase.
Councillor Cottrell, do you wish to, would you wish to speak?
I'd just like to endorse the comments of Councillor Redwood and the fact that this has been a long journey, certainly a journey well before I joined council. The review of the planning scheme is, I think, 14 years ago since it was last reviewed. It's far too long. A lot happens and the world changes. I would also like to thank our CEO and executive that have embraced the recommendation from council. We had a hard time with the previous CEO who didn't want to know this. It was very important that we now have got this off the ground. There's a long, long way to go, but this body of work is just amazing that it's been able to be achieved in the time frame that has been set, and creates a really solid platform for Hepburn Shire to be able to move forward with reviewing its planning on a far more regular basis. Thank you.
Do I hear any opposition to the motion? No. Do other councillors wish to speak on this motion? No. I will therefore put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. And there being no against, I declare it carried. Thank you. I now move to officers' reports. Item 12.1, Chief Executive Officer's Report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to provide my June council report. Once again, a bit of a historic moment for a number of reasons. One, our second electronic council meeting, and also like to thank the Mayor for her kind words for staff who have put in an enormous amount of work to make these electronic council meetings work. And we have a whole range of staff in the background at the moment, making sure that this runs as smoothly as possible. If I could just echo some of the words of some of the councillors regarding the last two reports that have come up. When I accepted the role as CEO, it was made very clearly to me that one of my very important tasks was to action the review of the planning scheme, and we went about that in a systematic manner and made sure we engaged the best consultants we could. We brought on Alison Blackett, and Bronwyn Southey has obviously come on board later on with carriage of this project. One of the questions from one of the councillors was regarding what other small rural councils are investing this sort of money into a planning scheme review, and I can categorically tell you that it is incredibly rare for small rural councils to invest this sort of money into a planning scheme. It's a credit to council to do that. There's obviously a whole range of competing priorities, and to invest this sort of money to build the foundation for the planning scheme is really important. And I note one of the questions was, you know, what stage is this? This is the foundation, and there is a significant amount of strategic planning work to go. And this will be a great legacy for this council and a great opportunity for the new council when they come in, because there will be a really clear pathway around the strategic planning work that needs to be done, which really does provide that support for councillors when you go to make planning decisions, or when officers make planning decisions under delegation. There's very clear policy and strategy around how those decisions are made. We're in a unique situation in that we're a small rural council, but we have growth. Many small rural councils have declining population. We have growing population, and I can only imagine with COVID-19, our growth will only continue as people want to move out of Melbourne into green, clean environments. So I would just like to acknowledge council's commitment to this project financially, and the officers' commitment to this project, which has been really, really important. The last month has been no different than the month before it. In a pandemic environment, it has been incredibly busy. The state government continues to make a whole range of announcements on a regular basis as they start to release restrictions. And as an organisation, we obviously implement those directives from the state government as they come forth. It's been great over the last couple of weeks that we've managed to open up our libraries, our skate parks, our playgrounds, and all those sorts of things that will allow our community to get back to some sense of normality in what everyone terms unprecedented times. Obviously, with those easing of restrictions, that also brings some anxiety to our community around large volumes of people coming to the Shire for either day trips or overnight stays. And we've been doing an enormous amount of work with all of our businesses to help support them to practice appropriate social distancing. We've put up town entrance signs, and we've put up signs within the Shire to recognise the need for social distancing. And a first-hand experience on Saturday, when my wife and I went to Trentham, I can confirm that all businesses were practicing great social distancing practices, only allowing certain numbers into their businesses, and ensuring that addresses and those sorts of things were taken for any sit-down activities. We were incredibly fortunate during the month to receive $1.6 million from the Andrews Labor government for the Working for Victoria program. That is going to allow us to recruit 33 people who have lost their jobs as a result of COVID-19 into a range of jobs within council. They will range from cleaning facilities in our main streets and key tourist attractions to back of office functions such as IT and communications. We're incredibly grateful for that money. That is something that is unheard of and may never ever happen again in my working life. But we are grateful for that money and that recognition that we do need support as a small rural council to cope with the challenges of the pandemic. My month has been consistent in attending a whole range of meetings. We're still conducting our councillor briefings via electronic means, and it's fair to say that they are working out very well and are quite efficient in terms of not having to cause councillors to drive all across the Shire to get to meetings and cater and all of those sorts of things. So they have been quite efficient. And one of the things that comes out of COVID-19 is that there will be a new normal, and there will be some things that we've put in place as part of COVID-19 that may continue post the pandemic that have been very efficient and great ways of working. We're now looking at how we open up customer service, and we're making sure that we open up customer service in a way that is safe for our staff and safe for our community, and ensures that we provide the service that our community needs. I'm hearing great feedback from our libraries opening. I've been working out of the Creswick Library, and I hear an amazing amount of activity happening in the library as I'm working out of the back room, and I can hear the community incredibly thankful for that reopening. So, Madam Mayor, that is my monthly report, and the recommendation is as stated on page 34, that Council receives the Chief Executive Officer's report for June 2020.
Are there any questions to the Chief Executive Officer? No, can I have a mover of the officer's recommendation, please? Moved Councillor Robson, seconded Councillor Cottrell. Any opposition to the motion? Anyone wish to speak in favour of the motion? And I will therefore put the motion. All in favour of the motion? I declare it carried. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you, Mr. King. 12.2, Customer Request Update, June 2020, Director, Community and Corporate Services. I'd like to introduce Ms. Fran Fogarty, who's the Acting Director, Corporate and Community Services, to introduce her report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is to provide council with an update on the customer requests received and responded to through the Closing the Loop system for the period ended the 31st of May 2020. A couple of points to note in the report is that there was a spike in the number of requests in November 2019 due to requests, particularly tree repairs and roadworks associated with the weather events of the 21st of November 2019. Another point to note is that COVID-19 data was not collected for the month of March 2020, and that the average days that it has taken us to close requests has been 22 days on average. Council manages and responds to customer requests using the Closing the Loop system, including a focus on actively closing the loop with contacting customers. The above, the summary information that has been provided for councillors and the recommendation to the report is that council notes the update on customer requests for May 2020.
Are there any questions to Ms. Fogarty? Councillor Redwood?
Ms. Fogarty, could you please pass on to staff? I put in a request on Thursday last week for screenings for the neighbourhood centre driveway because it was deeply rutted. The next day, they not only delivered the screenings, but they also put surfacing on the driveway to make it safer. It was an exemplary piece of work done in very expeditious timetable.
Thank you for the compliment through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Redwood, thank you for the compliment, and I will pass that on to the appropriate staff.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Henderson.
Yes, just a question. There seems to be some misunderstanding in the community when someone puts in a request and they get it back closed as the item's been closed, and then they go and see that nothing's been done. We've had a couple of recent ones of that, and my understanding of that is that yes, well, it's been dealt with and it's been put in the system to be done or not done, but when they just send back a thing saying this item's been closed, can you enlighten me a bit about that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might take that question if that's all right. And I understand the items that you're referring to, Councillor Henderson. Obviously, when we close off items, it doesn't always mean that we do exactly what is requested of us. Sometimes it's not appropriate. Sometimes we don't have the financial capacity. Sometimes it's not our responsibility. So there's always a mixture of responses to a request that comes into the system. As an organisation, we obviously need to get better at making sure we communicate that reason for why a request might be closed off and explaining why we may or may not be doing something. I'm aware of those couple of Creswick ones, and I am preparing a response at the moment to the people that lodged those requests to explain why or why not action has or has not occurred.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. King. Are there other further questions to Ms. Fogarty? Okay, I am now looking, I have an officer's recommendation, and I am seeking a mover and a seconder that the council notes and updates on customer requests for May 2020. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor May, seconded Councillor Henderson. Any opposition to the motion? There being anyone wish to speak in favour of the motion?
Yes.
No. Yes, Councillor Henderson.
Yes, I think the extraordinary effort has gone into getting these customer requests looked at. When people have been working from home, I find the response from the community absolutely amazing. You know, they're amazed at the amount of how little time it takes to get these things done. And our staff have been very, very responsive. And given the trying conditions that they're working under, both with the weather and the fact that we've got a pandemic, have been absolutely phenomenal. And I think that the Hepburn Shire residents, by and large, the ones I speak to, are very appreciative of that level of service, given the difficult circumstances. And I don't think we should pass the opportunity to let those people know that.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Any other speakers? No, I will therefore put the officer's recommendation. Now, so who was the mover and seconder again? I just didn't write it. And seconded Councillor May. Okay, I will now put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. I now move to item 12.3, Development and Community Safety Report, Director of Infrastructure and Development Services. I'd like to introduce Ms. Bronwyn Southey, Manager, Development and Community Safety, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, councillors. The purpose of this report is to update council on the activities of the Planning, Building, Health and Community Safety units of council. A couple of items I would like to bring your attention to, almost particularly, is when doing a comparison between the March monthly report and May, you'll actually see that very similar number of applications coming in. So my team has been consistently busy with the work coming in, which is a great reflection considering the environment we're dealing with at the moment. The only variation you may see, considerable variation, will be the number of inspections being undertaken by the health team, as they're currently under the pump, so to speak, with the pandemic issues. So in relation to this item, this has been presented to council, and the recommendation is that council receives and notes the report for information.
Any questions to Ms. Southey? No questions. I have an officer's recommendation, so can I have a mover, please? Councillor Redwood.
Move the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Newitt. Councillor Redwood, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Newitt? No. Any opposition to the motion? I'll therefore put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you. I now move on to item 12.4, COVID-19 Emergency Management Structure, Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, I'd like to introduce Mr. Bruce Lucas, Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is to provide an overview of our recovery and response strategy due to the current COVID-19 pandemic. Councillors will be aware that the Emergency Management Act requires Council to develop and maintain a Municipal Emergency Management Plan, often referred to as a MEMP. And Council has this in place and has been through audit from state government agencies and the like, and been complemented, I guess, in that process. Council's MEMP is supported by a range of sub-plans, and one of the identified sub-plans is our pandemic influenza sub-plan. We have that in place, and it has recently been reviewed and presented back to our Municipal Emergency Management Planning Committee and endorsed by that group. Councillors, the report goes into some detail on what our current operating structure is, if you like, in terms of our response to the pandemic over recent months. I won't go into a lot of detail on what the current arrangements are, but would ask councillors to turn their attention to the proposed changes going forward in terms of how we start to plan for and manage recovery. In that process, Council is proposing to, if you like, convene a recovery committee, as is a requirement in our Municipal Emergency Management Plan. And in addition to that, we are proposing that Council endorse the development of two task forces, one being a community development task force and one being an economic development task force. The task force are designed to establish and build partnerships and promote a coordinated approach. The task force are also designed to include councillors, council officers, community members, and will be a forum for consultation, provision of feedback, information exchange, and to enable us to partner with the community and business sectors alike to progress the recovery phase. Councillors, there's a diagram that sort of depicts that on page 51 of the council agenda. And there's an officer's report on page 53 of the papers, which supports the proposed emergency management structure, including the development of two task forces, with the understanding that the structure is fluid and may change from time to time in accordance with the Municipal Emergency Management Plan, subject to the evolving emergency. And two, notes that the report will be provided to each ordinary council meeting on the Response and Recovery Committee's activities.
Are there any questions to Mr. Lucas? Yes, Councillor Robson.
Thank you. Yes, I've got a question about the approach. I really support the idea of the task force, but I'm just interested in how we actually do it proactively, so we're not just recovering to what was before, because I think we've got an opportunity now to actually have a fresh look at what we actually want in our communities, what in our businesses and our economic development, so we actually can create really sustainable models that serve us, take advantage of what's happened and be even better than we were before. Just wondering how we put that structure into place.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you, Councillor Robson. What will happen from this point on, should Council endorse this structure, is that officers will go away and prepare a terms of reference and look at the membership of those groups. And as I indicated earlier, we'll partner with the community to see how we can do things bigger and better and facilitate the recovery process. This is a fairly unique and dynamic situation. I've been involved in many emergency response scenarios in the past, but never one where we have response, relief and recovery all sort of happening at the same time. So it is a little bit unique. We'll partner with the community on how we best do that. The first part of that will be to develop a terms of reference. It is worth noting that our Municipal Emergency Management Plan only indicates that we would develop a recovery committee. Officers are saying that there is an opportunity to do that better. And that's why we've also introduced the concept of two task forces to aid that recovery committee and not just going with the minimum.
Thank you.
Other questions to Mr. Lucas? Thank you. Councillor Cottrell.
Mr. Lucas, I appreciate it's in the operational realm, but I would hope that council get to see the terms of reference of the task force, just as a matter of interest as to how these things will operate.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that can absolutely, that will happen. And it's in the initial discussions, it's also proposed that we would have councillor representation on those task force as well.
Do I have any other questions from councillors? No, I have, Councillor Redwood.
I'm just going to move the officer's recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Okay, the officer's recommendation is to support the proposed emergency management structure, including the development of 2 task forces, being the Hepburn COVID-19 Business Response and Recovery Task Force and Hepburn COVID-19 Community Response and Recovery Task Force, with the understanding that the structure is fluid and may change from time to time in accordance with the Municipal Emergency Management Plan, subject to the evolving emergency, and to note that a report will be provided to each ordinary meeting of council on the Response and Recovery Committee's activities. Do I have a mover, please?
Yeah, you do. You've already got one.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Redwood. Seconder, please. Councillor Henderson. Now, Councillor Redwood, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'm delighted to see this report come forward, Mr. Lucas, and in particular I have an interest, as Councillor Cottrell does, in the terms of reference. Task force tends to have a bit of a reactive sort of sense about it as a word, and I guess I'd be hoping that the 2 groups are also quite proactive in the way that they look at things, and also quite strategic in seeing the opportunities. That what may be best for us into the future isn't necessarily what we had yesterday. It could be something quite different, which responds to the different circumstances that are emerging in this rapidly changing world. So I commend the proposed management structure and look forward to seeing how it serves the Shire well.
Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak in favour of the motion?
I'm happy.
Is there any opposition to the motion? There being no opposition, I also ask, does anybody else wish to speak in favour of the motion or contribute? Nope. I will therefore put the motion moved by Councillor Redwood, seconded by Councillor Henderson, in respect of this this officer's recommendation. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Item 12.5, which is the coronavirus COVID-19 community support grants, May recommendations. Director Community and Corporate Services. I'd like to...
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I just see that I have a conflict of interest with one of the items, and so
okay.
I absent myself.
So, okay, we absent yourself at 7:48.
I can confirm, Madam Mayor, that Councillor Redwood is now in the waiting room.
Could you put me there too, please, CEO?
Okay, Councillor Robson also has a conflict of interest. Okay, so we'll move you into the waiting room at 7:49 p.m.
I can confirm, Madam Mayor, that Councillor Robson is also in the waiting room.
Okay, now, Mr. Andrew Burgess, would you like to introduce the report?
Through you, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, the purpose of this report is to advise councillors of the Coronavirus COVID-19 Community Support Grants Program recommendations for May 2020. The objective of that program is to support and sustain the community and Hepburn Shire residents throughout and following the COVID-19 pandemic. There are 4 categories aimed to meet different needs of our communities. Those categories are quick response grants, arts and culture grants, sport and active recreation grants, community support grants. Councillors, there were 13 applications received in May for the program. 7 of those applications were quick response grants, and 6 of the other 6 were falling within the categories B to D. The recommended projects that are in this report, councillors, all support the objectives of the Coronavirus COVID-19 Community Support Grants Program. and it is the officer's recommendation that council note the awarding of Category A quick response grants from the support program to the Gardens for Wildlife video project, with the organisation being the Darlington District Horticultural Society, the Neighbourhood Centre at Trentham Community Group, the Get Ready, Get Work Fit project at Darlington Neighbourhood Centre, the Little Local Winter Edition through the local publishing group. It's further recommended, councillors, that council award the following applications for Category B to D grants. They are a project name of Cooped Up Hoops, Asking for Trouble organisation, our local artists, the local publishing group, the How To Poster series from Brianna Quinlan, the Pig and Whistle cycling event with Corporate Cycling, and the Job Seeker Hand Up program through the Criswick Neighbourhood Centre.
Are there any questions to Mr. Burgess? Councillor May.
Thanks, Mr. Burgess. Could you tell us a little bit more about the strangely named group Asking for Trouble, please?
Mr. Burgess.
Through you, Madam Mayor and Councillor May, the Asking for Trouble group is, as I understand it, a circus type of group. I believe in Clunes. It is about doing a hoops program there where they basically engage the community to come out and do a hoops program together, building on community capacity, togetherness, and supporting each other in the COVID-19 times.
I believe they're using.
I guess I was more questioning the name rather than the brand itself.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions to Mr. Burgess? I have the officer's recommendation. I'm now looking for a mover and seconder, please, to move the motion. Please, move Councillor May, seconded Councillor Henderson. Councillor May, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, Madam Mayor, I think I've said on a number of occasions in the past that although some of these grants are somewhat different to in recent years, but these little community grants are a great asset for our community, and they give these small groups within our shire a real shot in the arm, even if they're only relatively small amounts of money, and I think that they're a great idea. That's all. Thanks.
Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I think there's a recognition in these grants of the people who are out there who are actually engaging with the community, and I guess the money isn't so important. It's just a bit of an enabler for those groups to actually get some things together to be able to engage with the community, and I think that's the important side of this. People getting together and having activities. So I think whilst the money seems quite small in relation to the things that we talk in hundreds of thousands for projects, as Councillor May says, it's a small amount of money means a lot to some of these organisations, and it is a community enabler. So I think that they're very, very important grants, probably more important than some of the other things we deal with from a community's perspective. So I recommend that those be given the nod. And I also like the idea that we work with groups that aren't successful. I think not everyone can get the grant first up, but if we're prepared to work with those who aren't successful, be that there's only a certain amount of money to go around, but I hate to see that good organisations who don't have perhaps the grant writing capacity that others would get the money and the others would be left to languish. And I know that of late isn't what happens. So I commend it.
Are there any speakers against this motion? Any other councillors wish to speak in favour of the motion? No, there being no further contributions, I now put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please. All in favour? There being no opposition, I declare it carried.
Madam Mayor, I will now admit Councillor Robson and Councillor Redwood back into the meeting. Having that decision being made, we'll just wait for them to rejoin the meeting.
At 7:55 p.m.
Thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Robson and Councillor Redwood, and just confirm that the officer's recommendation was approved by council in the last item.
Thank you. I now move to item 12.6, which is the local government customer satisfaction survey. Chief Executive Officer, Mr. King, would you like to introduce the report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the purpose of this report is for council to receive and note the results of the recently completed 2020 Local Government Community Satisfaction Survey. The Local Government Community Satisfaction Survey creates a vital interface between the council and their community, held annually and coordinated by the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning on behalf of Victorian councils. The Community Satisfaction Survey asks the opinions of local people about the place they live, work and play, and provides confidence for councils in their efforts and abilities. Now, in its 21st year, this survey provides insight into the community's views on council's overall performance, with benchmarking against statewide and council group results, community consultation and engagement, advocacy and lobbying on behalf of the community, customer service, local infrastructure facilities and overall council direction. When coupled with previous data, the survey provides a reliable historical source of the community's views since 1998. A selection of results from the last 9 years shows that councils in Victoria continue to provide services that meet the public expectations. The sample size for the 2020 statewide local government community satisfaction survey for the Hepburn Shire Council was 400 residents. Over the years, the overall performance index score for Hepburn Shire Council has fluctuated significantly, with the 2012 overall performance index score being 47 and the 2019 performance index score being 56, ever achieved by Hepburn Shire Council. The overall performance index score of 45 for the Hepburn Shire Council for this year represents an 11-point decline on the 2019 result, following a 2-year trend of improvement from 2017. Overall performance is rated significantly higher among residents aged 18 to 34 years of age and those in the Creswick ward. More than 1 in 4 residents rate Hepburn Shire Council's overall performance as very good or good, 28%. A further 36% sit mid-scale, rating council's overall performance as average, with a similar proportion rated as very poor or poor, 35%. Appearance of public areas is the area where Hepburn Shire Council performed best in 2020. Tourism development is council's next highest rated service area. Council rates lowest in the areas of slashing and weed control. Along with waste management, slashing and weed control is considered council's equal most important responsibility. The following services were rated as the most important service areas of council: waste management, slashing and weed control, environmental sustainability, appearance of public spaces, planning and building permits, recreational facilities, business and community development, enforcement of local laws and tourism development. Moving forward, councils should focus on good communication and transparency with residents about decisions made in the community's interest. The officer's recommendation is as stated on page 62, that council note and receive the 2020 Local Government Community Satisfaction Survey and make the full results of the survey available on council's website.
Are there any questions to Mr. King? Councillor Robson.
Thank you. I'm interested, it was good to see the report about what the areas for improvement are. Can you give a bit of an outline of what exactly we're planning to do to address the feedback we've received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Robson, for that question. Obviously, we're in the late parts of the council term, and there's, I suppose the satisfaction survey raises some questions around council decision, council direction and decision making. Obviously, with a new council coming on board, there'll be an opportunity for a new council plan to be developed, which will provide the opportunity for community members to get involved and having input into the council direction going forward. The new Local Government Act also provides the opportunity to develop an engagement policy that will give the community input into how Hepburn Shire Council engages with its community going forward.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Redwood.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. King, as I have, you've worked with other councils or other council, and so you'd have a sense of comparison in terms of service delivery and in terms of community standing of the council, not only in Hepburn but elsewhere. And I'm interested in your views as to whether you think that the services that are delivered in Hepburn are significantly worse than those that are delivered in Pyrenees.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Redwood, for that question. And as you rightly state, I have worked in other small rural councils. The services that Hepburn Shire Council provides are high quality. We can't ever forget that Hepburn Shire Council is a small rural council. Our capability is limited by our financial position in a whole range of areas, but we bat well above our average on so many things. We're innovative in a whole range of areas. Clearly, there is some disconnect at the moment between decision-making, communication and engagement in the community. And as outlined before, I think there's huge opportunity for us to work with the community around how that might be improved going forward. But if you think of the range of services that this council provides, we provide over 100 services to our community, you know, from maternal and child health, sport and recreation, to roads, to you name it. There is an enormous array of services that are provided. We provide those at an incredibly high level within our capacity, within our financial capacity as a small rural council.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have an officer's recommendation to note and receive the 2020 Local Government Community Satisfaction Survey and make the full results of the survey available on Council's website. Could I please have a mover and seconder, please? Move Councillor Robson and seconder Councillor Redwood. Do you wish to, Councillor Robson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'm really pleased to be able to put this out for public awareness and for feedback as well, because I think we've got some things that we can actually learn from. And as has been identified, there's some key areas to look at around our communication, our community engagement and our decision making. And I think they're key ones that I'd really like to get some feedback and sort of work out how we can actually set this council up to be really going well when the next council is elected. And yes, I think they're really good areas to look at. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm not as humble as my council colleague. I actually happen to believe that Hepburn Shire Council delivers very good services, and that I believe that the councillors as a group are as diligent and as operating in the community interest as any councillors I have seen elsewhere. So I would put the situation down to a trend which I think goes back 150 years, because if you go back to the history of well, certainly of Daylesford, I can't speak for the entire Shire, but if you go back to when local government was first created, the community hated it, and they've tended to not like council ever since. And if you look at the trend, I mean, you say that the trend goes up and down, Mr. King, but I'd be suggesting to you that the trend is very low and has been low for the last 20 years since the survey began. And I think that it reflects on a relationship between local government and its community, which is entrenched and endemic. And I'm afraid, Councillor Robson, I don't think it's going to change in 3 months. And I'd have to say that it's one of the reasons why I wouldn't be looking for re-election.
Okay, that was a statement. Now, any speakers against the motion? No, you wish to, Councillor Newitt, you wish to speak, please, to the motion?
Yes, speak to the motion. Look, I'm speaking to the motion, not actually of the content. I think it's important that we continue to see and bring to the public these community satisfaction surveys. We're not ever going to get everything right or 100% support, but I think it's important that the community has the opportunity to tell the council what it's feeling and those areas that they wish to look at. Quite interestingly, looking at this was around about the communications, and I think what's best in a situation like this is that we pause and we have a look at what the community is saying to us through these surveys. We take that on board and we work out where we need to make those improvements. So I support the fact that we've this has been brought to a council meeting to be endorsed, and we will be taking it to the community.
Any further speakers to the motion?
I believe I can speak again in closing the debate, although there hasn't really been any debate. Is that acceptable, Madam Mayor?
Well, it's usually the mover who rounds up the debate. Are you?
I'm the seconder.
You're the seconder. So, Councillor Robson, do you mind if Councillor Redwood rounds up the debate? Okay. Briefly, Councillor.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Henderson.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. This is not in accordance with local law, I believe.
Okay, then I'm sorry, Councillor. I've been corrected. So I'm sorry, Councillor Redwood. Councillor Robson, do you wish to round up the debate?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, I now put the motion. All in favour of the officer's recommendation? All in favour, please raise your hands. And there being no opposition, I declare it carried. Now, I now move to item 12.7, which is project funding and opportunities. Director of Community and Corporate Services, Mr. King, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is for Council to note Council's investment plan, priority projects, and recently announced funding and endorsing potential grant opportunities. All levels of government are investing heavily in projects to stimulate the economy and create jobs in the response to the economic downturn due to COVID-19. Federal and state government have already announced various funding opportunities and announced some projects that will receive funding. The state government has announced funding for stimulus of $2.7 billion under the title of Building Works Program. The investment plan priority projects. Often the potential for funding requires council officers to provide government with a list of projects or a preferred project with very short turnaround time. And some of them we've been given 24 hours to provide projects for potential funding. To assist with this process, council officers have created an investment plan as attached to this report, which details a number of projects, their readiness, a description, potential funding levels, and outcomes that would be delivered if these projects were able to be funded. Council plans, strategies, and the draft 5-year capital works program have been used to develop this list of priority projects. Hepburn's investment plan focuses on infrastructure projects such as our community and supporting facilities, our connectivity through roads and pathways, building on our tourism offer through the development of our natural built assets such as Mineral Springs Reserve, trails and parks. It's worth pointing out in our priority project listing that the Crossing the Divide project, which is the extension of the Spa Country Railway from Bellardo to Trentham, is stated at $15 million, which was an estimate of the cost of this project at the time of putting the project list together. We have been informed by Spa Country Railway that they expect the cost of that project to be more like $8.5 to $9 million, but it will obviously require a detailed plan and costing to confirm exactly what that project would cost. Recently announced funding, Hepburn Shire Council has been incredibly lucky to receive Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, which is a federal government announcement of $500 million for local roads and community infrastructure program. Hepburn Shire Council was allocated $968,830 of this funding. Officers recommend this funding be utilised as following. $280,000 for the Doug Lindsay Security Lighting and Shared Pathways project, $41,630 for outdoor fitness equipment, review of the Clunes and Trentham projects that are current projects, lighting at the Dalesford Civic Plaza and access path between Vincent Street and the Plaza, $60,000. $228,000 for the Dalesford Camorra Trail construction of stage 2, $100,000 for the connection between the Clunes railway station and the central township, $210,000 for Fairview Estate trail loop, $49,200 for the connection between Bald Hills Road and Creswick railway station, totalling $968,830. Those projects are being put forward as they are priority projects that's been identified in Council's Forward Capital Works program. We've also taken the opportunity to put forward projects that normally are difficult to fund through other funding streams. So we're not proposing to invest those funds into local roads because we believe there is sufficient funding out there for local road investment through other opportunities. We've also received $100,000 from we'll need to apply for, but all rural councils have been granted $100,000 for information communications technology. This is a great recognition of the extra burden of COVID-19 on rural councils and their IT infrastructure, and councils are able to apply for that funding that meets the criteria. As I mentioned in my monthly report, the Working for Victoria funding has been received and we're in the process of advertising those jobs and finding appropriate candidates. Community Sport and Infrastructure Stimulus Program. The Victorian State Government has announced $68 million to build and upgrade community sports facilities across the state. This initiative is part of the Victorian Government $2.7 billion building works package. The proposed projects to put forward for this funding stream is the Hammond Park Trailhead Community and Youth Hub implementation, a $2.2 million project to build a hub, to build a trailhead at the start of the Creswick Trails project, which is funded. The other project that is being put forward for the Community Sport Infrastructure Stimulus Program is the Trentham Recreation Reserve Facility, which has fallen into disrepair over many years and is in much need of investment to bring it up to standard and to promote multi-use. The officer's recommendation is as stated on page 69 of the agenda, that note Council's investment plan, priority projects, and continue to advocate for these projects with government. Note recently advised government funding as detailed in the report and endorse the allocation of funding of projects in relation to the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, $968,830, and endorse council officers to submit funding applications to the state government's Community Sport Infrastructure Stimulus Program for the Hammond Park Trailhead Community and Youth Hub implementation and the Trentham Recreation Reserve Pavilion redevelopment.
Thank you, Mr. King. Do any councillors have any questions for Mr. King? No, I am in search of a mover and seconder, please, for the officer's recommendation. Councillor Cottrell moving, Councillor Robson second. Councillor Cottrell, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say that this is an incredibly strong list of priorities, and I think once again it shows the substance of Hepburn Shire with the various projects that we have available to be able to move on and put forward applications for funding. Thank you.
Councillor Robson, do you wish to speak? Any opposition? Anyone wish to speak in opposition to this motion? No. Any councillors wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Newitt. Councillor Newitt, could you unmute?
It's a trick, isn't it? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, just to speak in support, it's great to note that a lot of these projects involve fitness, involve about the community participation in sporting things, but also just generally to getting out and getting healthy. I think as we come out of, particularly around the COVID restrictions, it's going to be great for the community to see that they're emerging into a world where we're actually promoting and the governments are supporting these kind of activities. I think a lot of people will be mindful of their own health and where they want to be. And I think it's great that to see some of these projects which will just hopefully encourage people to continue embracing what it's a hackneyed term, but the new norm. And the new norm for a lot of people is actually getting out and exercising and being a part of the environment of these communities. So I endorse it.
Okay, any other speakers, please? Councillor Henderson.
Yes, in supporting this, I'd just like to say that I'm very mindful of the fact that we're talking about our council and the spread of projects and how little dissent there is about saying, give me, because we've planned these things over many, many years, and the attention given here to projects that are difficult to fund. And, you know, we've tried to get funding for various projects. I know in Clunes and Hammond Park, Doug Lindsay were unsuccessful. And to be able to do these projects and leave the opportunity for other projects that have more opportunity to be funded from other sources is a good way of getting things done. And Councillor Newitt is quite correct. It doesn't matter whether people are chasing a football or walking their dog or just walking themselves. They're out there in the open air, and I think this council will be known as a destination to come to where we do pay attention to people's health and well-being and dare I say it, the great outdoors that I've been pushing for so many years. So I think this is a really, really good spread of projects, and I commend it to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Certainly will leave a lasting legacy. Do I have any further speakers? Okay, I'll therefore put the motion moved by Councillor Cottrell and seconded by Councillor Robson. All in favour of the officer's recommendation, please raise your hands. There being no objection, I declare it carried. To 12.8, item 12.8, Activate Regional Plan 2020 to 2030. Director, Community and Corporate Services, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Andrew Burgess, who's the Manager of Community and Economic Development, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this report is for council to endorse the Regional Strategic Plan Activate 2020 to 2030, and it's very relevant given the last conversation that councillors just had then. Activate 2020 to 2030 is a 10-year regional strategic plan enabling a coordinated and collaborative approach aimed at increasing participation in sport and active recreation for livability, health and wellbeing of the Central Highlands and Grampians Pyrenees region. The intent of Activate 2020-2030 is to provide an overarching regional framework to council's municipal strategies and other partner organisations' plans and services to align the effort and maximise outcomes for our communities. Activate 2020-30 has been developed using a place-based and outcomes-based approach, and the vision is that Central Highlands and the Grampians Pyrenees communities are the most active, healthy and livable in Victoria. And I believe we have a number of assets in this shire that fit that. The foundational partners for this project were established and have led and invested in the Regional Strategic Plan for Development include Ararat Rural City, Ballarat District Aboriginal Cooperative, Central Highlands Primary Care Partnership, City of Ballarat, Golden Plains Shire Council, Grampians Pyrenees Primary Care Partnership, Hepburn Shire Council, Moorabool Shire Council, Northern Grampians Shire Council, Pyrenees Shire Council, Sports Central, West Vic Academy of Sport and Women's Health Grampians. Councillors, I'll just bring your attention to one of the key risks and identified in this strategy and in the council report is that Activate 2020-2030 is ensuring that the regional strategic plan remains relevant and current to council strategy and infrastructure projects and priorities. The key infrastructure project listed by council in the plan, and if the actual plan itself, councillors, on page 34 and 48 of the plan list those projects out. It's important to note that it's by no means an exhaustive list. There are many other key projects that have been identified by council that will continue to be developed, and funding will continue to be sought both at a local and regional level. An annual review process has been incorporated into this strategic plan to address that risk. And that includes an assessment and update of the key indicators, identification and consideration of any new or updated industry data, and information and report on the progress of an update to the action plan and infrastructure priority projects. The annual review process will allow council to change and update their infrastructure priorities and will ensure that the strategic plan remains relevant. Key projects that council may like to consider in the future include the implementation of the Clunes Walkability Plan, the Active Women and Girls Strategy, and play space strategies. In conclusion, councillors, the implementation of Activate 2030 will be led by those foundational partners I outlined. The infrastructure priority projects will be driven by our council in partnership with the other relevant stakeholders. An alliance will be formed in line with the strategic priority of working together, and working groups will be developed for the other strategic priorities of activating spaces and places, creating quality spaces and places, and community cohesion through sport and active recreation. And our sport and active recreation team will be a key part of those. An annual review process will be undertaken, as I've outlined, and will report on the work delivered and update and refine the strategic plan so it remains relevant. The officer's recommendation for this plan is that council endorses the Activate 2020-2030 Regional Strategic Plan.
Are there any questions for Mr. Burgess? Yes, Councillor Newitt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given this is a plan for 2020 to 2030, and look, I guess to the point that under the risk implications that we mentioned, the council will consider in future years. You know, we've seen quite a number of people and staff changes over the years. How can I be assured, and how can the community be assured that the projects that they've identified as being important will actually get onto those lists in coming years? I know this document has some key points, but that's been a bit of a frustration of the community, that over the years there's been constant changes of administration and councillor staff, and it seems that every couple of years we have to go back and reinforce to council some of those key community projects.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and Councillor Newitt, they are absolutely relevant comments, Councillor Newitt, of ensuring continuity and ensuring that the projects identified by the community are the projects that we do deliver on and continue to look to at every opportunity to fund. What I can say around that is developing these strong strategies that allow for council to continue to have input into on a regular basis, and ensure that those key projects are the main projects that this council pursues, and they are our council's projects, will give that opportunity to ensure that those projects are not missed and not stopped. And this strategy, councillors, is not about just saying they're the only projects that we will be progressing. It's really important that the number of projects and the projects that are identified through our other pipelines and the other pieces of work carried out by my team and more broadly by council are continued to work through and are structured in such a way that they don't fall through the gaps that you're referring to, Councillor Newitt.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Are there any other questions? Okay, Councillor Redwood. Yeah, unmute, please.
I move the officer's recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And second, please, Councillor Robson. Councillor Redwood, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I think this is a really great overview and structure, and I commend the officers on their contribution to the partnerships with key groups that will deliver, I think, very good outcomes for the region. I think it's important because if you look at our health statistics that come through, they're poor, and our participation rates are poor, and increase in chronic disease is poor. And so having a strategy like this with the potential to increase participation and improve facilities is the answer to how to overall improve community health.
Thank you, Councillor Redwood. Councillor Robson, do you wish to say something?
Yes, and I also really I'm very excited by this piece of work. I think to work in partnership across the region is really smart. We can actually do a lot more together. So I think it's a really great approach. I do realise it can be very frustrating, can go a lot slower working together, but I think we can actually achieve a lot this way. And I completely align to the vision of us being the most active and healthy and livable in Victoria. I think that's really a nice vision to work towards. Thank you.
Now, are there any speakers against the motion? No speakers against the motion. Any other councillors wish to speak in favour of the motion? I will therefore put the motion, moved by Councillor Redwood and seconded by Councillor Robson. All in favour, please raise your hand so I can see it. Councillor May, is your hand raised? Yes, thank you. I declare, there being no opposition, I declare it carried. I now move to item 12.9, which is Affordable Housing Policy. Director of Community and Corporate Services, I introduce Ms. Fran Fogarty, Acting Director, Corporate and Community Services, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is for council to note the importance of developing an affordable housing policy for the Shire, and it's to provide council with further information to the development of an affordable housing policy. The report describes the importance of affordable housing in the Shire, and it also discusses the development of a housing strategy and the requirements for doing so, including the potential for undertaking a project to develop an affordable policy. I'd also like to highlight the financial implications in the report, and that is that the development of an affordable housing policy is currently unfunded, and we currently don't have a resource to develop it. And it's recommended that the officers seek government funding to assist in the project to develop the policy. An adopted affordable housing policy and action plan would then be considered by council and any financial implications. Council currently does not have, as I stated, a current stated formal position on affordable housing. Funding would be required to undertake the development of an affordable housing policy. The policy would aim for council to better understand affordable housing needs in Hepburn Shire, and it will establish a clear and concise position for how the council proposes to address the growing issue of an affordable housing shortage now and into the future if such exists. There are 3 recommendations in the report for council to consider, and they include that council notes the importance of developing an affordable housing policy, notes that officers will undertake to review possible grant funding opportunities to assist to develop an affordable housing policy, and if grant funding is not successful, refer the development of an affordable housing policy to the development of the council plan for 2021 to 2025. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Fogarty. Do I have any questions to Ms. Fogarty on her report? Yes, Councillor Robson.
Thank you. I'm happy to take this one on notice because I have asked it, but I haven't received that information. But I'm interested in how much it would cost to create a policy like this, because I think that gives a bit of sense of, how long it's going to be, how likely it's going to be to happen.
Ms.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Robson. I think it's I will take the question on notice in regards to how much it will cost, but I think it's important to note that it is a significant piece of work to develop this policy. And so, you know, we definitely would be seeking funding, or as stated in the report, looking for if funding wasn't successful, to actually having it in the council, the next council plan. But I will take that on notice and get that information back to you. Thank you, Councillor Robson.
Are there any other questions on this issue? I have an officer's recommendation, and which has already been read out. I'm just wondering, could I have a mover and seconder, please? Move Councillor Redwood, seconded Councillor Robson. Councillor Redwood, do you wish to speak in favour?
Yes, I'd like to commend the officers for getting this report done very quickly at the strong request from councillors. It was obviously something that people would have worked on at very short notice. So that's very much appreciated. Given the cost of real estate in this shire, and given what we know about being a shire with a lot of people with low income who find it very difficult to access housing, having a policy of this kind is actually very, very important. The timing of it, I suspect, is very strategic, because I think with money being thrown around for recovery, economic recovery at the moment, I would think that it's quite likely that there will be some money around to do this kind of work, which would be great. As you know, Ms. Fogarty, there are groups in the community who are desperate to see this particular policy emerge, and who will be applauding if it goes through tonight. So I'm just saying that I'm very pleased that the report has come forward.
Councillor Robson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. And again, I think this is another item along the theme of health as well, because I think it's really important that we have people that can have safe and affordable housing, because that then helps them be able to participate in our community and doing what we need to do. And having a policy really is the first part of quite a bit of work required to actually get that affordable housing available to people. And I do want to acknowledge also that those people in the community have been working very hard in this realm for a long time, and their commitment and perseverance has been well noted. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robson. Is there any opposition to the motion? And do any other councillors wish to speak? No, I have a mover and seconder to the officer's recommendation. I will now put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand so I can see it. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you. Now move to item 12.10, which is prevention of violence against women and children, leadership statement, Director Community and Corporate Services. I'd like to introduce Ms. Fran Fogarty to Acting Director of Corporate and Community Services to introduce the report. Thank you. Unmute Ms. Fogarty. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is for council to consider the adoption of the Hepburn Shire Council Prevention of Violence Against Women and Children Leadership Statement. The leadership statement demonstrates the commitment of council in having a zero tolerance to violence in our community, including violence against women and children, and recognises this as a serious social justice issue. The leadership statement aligns with the council plan, the municipal health and wellbeing plan, and it will also align current work by officers, including an action plan. The officers, I trust that and know that council is familiar with the leadership statement, and the recommendation on this report is that council adopts the Prevention of Violence Against Women and Children leadership statement. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any questions to Ms. Fogarty from councillors?
Ready to move the motion.
Okay, move that. Councillor Henderson moving. Second, please. A second. Councillor Cottrell. Do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Henderson?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor, and I think this is one of the most important things that we do. Just paying lip service and making a statement is one thing. Actually walking the walk is another, and there are many forms of violence, and it's not just the broken ribs or the black eye that we need to look at. There's forms of mental violence. There's also deprivation, and very, very common. I'm coming across now that we've got pandemics and all these things upon us, and women are coming out and speaking. There's this idea that the male breadwinner can say that the wages belong to them, and they give the family just enough to live on, and that's another form of violence. It's financial violence, and I think that we need to look at all aspects of that sort of thing happening. It's insidious and often hidden violence, as is the mental traumatisation, particularly of children. So I commend this statement, but I look to it being more than a statement. And I think we should at all times be vigilant in our communities. As leaders in our community, we need to be very, very vigilant to spot the signs and to work with agencies to see that these things are stamped out. So I commend it to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Cottrell, do you wish to speak?
Just to say, Madam Mayor, that this is an important move to make a leadership statement such as we have with this group. It is but one of the steps in a long journey that we've got to be diligent and vigilant to follow up through. And I'm sure there'll be many actions that come out of this in due course.
Any opposition to the statement, to the motion? Any opposition? No. Do other councillors wish to speak? Councillor May and then Councillor Redwood. Councillor May.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this motion, but I probably do so with some concerns, and I'll just quickly voice those concerns if you'll bear with me. I noticed in the document that it refers to the White Ribbon Committee. I've been the chair of that committee for the last 2 or 3 years, and unfortunately have seen what I consider to be a serious lack of community support for the events which the White Ribbon Committee has organised. I see a distinct lack of interest from the original White Ribbon ambassadors, of which there were 13, and now I think if we're lucky there's 2. Our White Ribbon Committee has just received another resignation, and I think we probably number 3. And I support the adoption of this, but I'm concerned that it's just that it doesn't become simply a statement, because I'm at a bit of a loss as to how some of the aspirations and ideals that we've seen in this document can be put into practice, because I think that even though the White Ribbon Committee has been small and has only tried to make some small inroads into this, what I consider to be a disgraceful blight on our community, there seems for some reason to be a very distinct lack of interest from those out in the community to support it. We've had good support from the council itself. Young Rachel Murphy, the council officer, has put an enormous amount of time into this. Another good example was earlier this year we organised an event where Mr. Phil Cleary was going to speak, and we had 4 people who actually voiced some interest in attending the event. I very much hope that some of the ideals and aspirations in this document can come to reality, but I just shake my head sometimes and I wonder how on earth it can be done. I hope it can be, but I have concerns that it just doesn't become a document with ideals and aspirations that never grow any legs.
Good sentiments. Is there any other? Councillor Redwood, yes?
This is a long, slow journey, and I just want to say, Greg, that you carried the baton in this shire in a way which was meaningful, and you probably will never know the significance of some of the work that you did, which was probably more significant than you might realise. I remember the days in Victoria when there was one policewoman who had responsibility for all domestics across the state. Things have changed, and things will continue to change, and to have local government picking up on a statement like this is a very big change from where things were even just a few years ago. And it is a small step-by-step thing for addressing problems with violence. And I note in the report that while the numbers for Hepburn Shire are relatively low compared with, say, Ballarat or other municipalities, if you look at them as a percentage of the work of the police, it's incredibly high. I've been advised by the Dalesford Police that 45% of their work is call-outs in relation to domestic problems, and that's extraordinary. So I think this is a useful step. I think that having the connection with other agencies that work in this field is really important for local government, and I'm very, very happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Do I have any speakers against the motion? No. Any other councillors wish to speak? No, I'll therefore put the motion, all in favour of the motion, moved by Councillor Henderson and seconded by Councillor Cottrell. Please raise your hand so I can see them. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you very much, Ms Fogarty. I now move to item 12.11, the event strategy 2020 to 2025. Director Community and Corporate Services, I'd like to introduce again Mr Andrew Burgess to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. It's been a very big event, or a very big strategy night for our teams. The purpose of this report is to seek Council's adoption of the Hepburn Shire Council Event Strategy 2020 to 2025. The event strategy builds on the visit pillar identified in Council's economic development strategy from 2016 to 2021. Councillors, I'll bring your attention to the fact that events play a very significant role in supporting the visitor economy. In Hepburn Shire, events deliver $15 million in visitor expenditure, 128,000 overnight stays in our communities, 27 specific tourism events, 62 event days. On top of that, though, councillors, and I think it's very important, especially at a time where our community is needing more support, that it is worth calling out that events are vital for vibrant and connected communities. And it's important to note that Council supports a number of civic events, community events, one-off celebrations and recreational activities, bringing this council's total number of events supported for our communities to just over 50 per year. I think that's outstanding for a small rural council, that level of support that's coming out of this council. The vision for the council event strategy is that Hepburn Shire will be the premier regional Victoria events destination that features a diverse, vibrant and inclusive calendar of events that drive visitation, deliver positive social, cultural and economic benefit for our community and enhance our community pride. Councillors, the event strategy is tied to 6 key strategic pillars which are identified within the strategy itself and all play a critical role in the achievement of that vision. Those pillars are supporting and enabling, enhancing and measuring, building capacity, collaboration, event attraction and infrastructure. The financial implication or the proposed, moving to the financial implication, councillors, and of the proposed funding model for this strategy, we're looking and recommending a tiered approach is taken by council. There are 3 tiers that are identified within the strategy. The tiers are local community events, so they are those community events or days of celebration. Regional events, which are new or established events of a medium to large scale, and signature and iconic events, and they are established events of a significant scale. And councillors, within the actual strategies, there's further definitions of what classifies as a signature regional or local event. Importantly, councillors, the funding model that we have put forward can be achieved within the existing events budget, and individual memorandums of understanding and funding agreements with events under that signature and iconic category will be taken to council at the time of renewal, as per the existing process that's been in place. The regional and local community events, councillors, those categories will be at the officer's delegation. Our community and stakeholder engagement in this process, councillors, has been quite extensive in relation to both that consultation and benchmarking as we've developed this strategy. That process included one-on-one consultation with various event organisers throughout the Shire, a survey of residents and businesses, a survey of current Hepburn Shire event organisers, a workshop presentation with yourselves, councillors, a workshop with event organisers, benchmarking against other local government event strategies and consultation with the internal council departments, and where we also considered strategic alignment with our other key partners being Darcy of Macedon Tourism. In conclusion, councillors, the event strategy recognises and values the social, cultural and economic benefits that events brings to our region. The strategy and supporting action plan will enhance our current events and assist with attracting new ones. And councillors, the officer's recommendation is that council adopt the Hepburn Shire Council Event Strategy 2020 to 2025.
Any questions to Mr Burgess? Councillor Henderson and
Yes,
then Councillor Robson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just noted one comment there that these events will be at the delegation of officers. Now we have some pretty major events, and I have a little bit of a concern that the council will lose sight of these things if that's true. Maybe I misheard or misread.
Mr Burgess.
For clarity there, Councillor Henderson, and obviously at council's discretion, is that the individual memorandum of understanding for funding of agreements with events under that signature and iconic will remain, is proposed would remain with council as per the existing process. The proposal is that the regional level and local community events would be per the officer's delegation. So there is that level of delegation being sought. If council is not of that mind, then that is council's decision.
And Councillor Robson, did you have a question?
I did, thank you. Yes, I'm interested in the strategic pillars. Is there an opportunity to step back and have a look at the overall events picture and look at what our Shire's strengths are and really identify any gaps or opportunities so we actually look at our overall picture of what the events are?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Robson. In relation to those strategic pillars, I have had and continuing a discussion with Darcy of Macedon Tourism in relation to the pillars that the region has been promoted and branded around in relation to events and tourism and the visitor economy in particular. The strategy has been built around those key pillars, which have been further discussed with both Visit Victoria and also were presented to council at an earlier briefing last year. And that is where we've anchored this strategy off. There is certainly opportunity, councillors, in relation to building on those pillars, and certainly one of the key ones that we've talked about and was being looked at still proactively is around an event around Harvest Festival, that type of event that still is very aligned to our strategies and what the core values of what the Shire can bring, but is again bringing a really diverse mix to the table for council to consider.
Now, Councillor Newitt, you indicated a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr Burgess, just looking at, as this is a strategy for 20 to 25, and I noticed in the officer's report we do acknowledge the risk implications around COVID. So will we have a capacity to work with these events, given that a lot of our events rely on quite a lot of volunteers, and they will have gone into recess probably for at least 12 months. And some of those events, they'll be coming around again, not really knowing yet what their kind of event will look like into the future. So will we have the flexibility and the capacity to work with those events where coming into this event strategy, they may have a certain structure, but they will need to maybe modify and look at how they deliver the events into the future. So is that something, that flexibility, that we'll be able to work with them to process and move forward and as to what the events might deliver?
Through you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Newitt, under the building capacity pillar, that is exactly one of the key action areas that we have identified that we will need to do. Certainly in the COVID-19 environment, councillors, it is really challenging for our events. And I know this council has been hugely supportive of our event organisers and has continued to ensure that we're giving them all the support that we possibly can. There is a changed environment without a doubt, but I was heartened to see 1,500 people at the footy in Adelaide the other day. They're starting to talk about 10,000 people being able to come back together. So I do believe there'll be a way forward. I do believe there is light that is at the end of this current pandemic. I do understand there are risks around there, but built within this strategy, councillors, is looking at the importance of building capacity within our event organisers. And with the support of council, only last week we actually ran a workshop with our event organisers around the importance of volunteers and supporting and looking after volunteers in this COVID-19 environment. So very much top of mind, but very much I believe the flexibilities within this strategy for council to be able to continue to have a really robust program of events.
Thank you. Any other questions to Mr. Burgess? Yes, Councillor Robson.
Thank you. We've spoken about this before. This strategy really looks at events like one-off events, not those regular like the monthly events, like or even the weekly markets, that sort of thing. So I just want to get a bit of a sense from you about what the planning is around supporting those sort of activities that happen regularly in our shire.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you again, Councillor Robson. And the markets are really actually a great question because they're not classified under this strategy as events, as is pointed out within the strategy. But I'd like to say to councillors that we are actually leading the way in the Hepburn Shire with the way we are dealing with our markets. We were one of the few LGAs in the region to allow farmers markets to continue during COVID-19. And they were continued in a modified way, but they were strongly supported by council. The reason we were able to do that, councillors, was that because our municipal health and wellbeing plan recognised the importance of farmers markets for fresh, healthy and local and affordable food options for our communities. And because they weren't classified as events, we weren't bending the rules, but we certainly made sure that we positioned those markets in a way that they could continue during COVID-19 in a safe environment to be able to deliver that opportunity for our communities. I would say to councillors that they are critical. They bring people to the region. They bring dollars to our tables of our families and communities. They are not being forgotten. My team in economic development and with the support of our environmental health team, who, by the way, councillors have been outstanding in working with those market operators in this really challenging time to make sure they could continue to trade. We'll continue to work with our market operators in particular and look to build on the opportunities to grow and support them to develop their businesses further.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any other question? Okay, I have an officer's recommendation. Could I please have a mover and seconder to this effect? Move Councillor Newitt, seconded. Councillor Robson. Councillor Newitt, do you wish to speak?
I'll be brief, Madam Mayor, and we've probably gone over this quite well. I just say it's a very important strategy to have for the council, for the community, for the events. We've got a series of major events that have got 3-year MOUs. So to have a strategy that covers a 5-year period is going to give some certainty and some clear direction for them. I've often used the adage that when it comes to visitation and drawing people to the environment, to our area, we're often not selling the event. We're selling here. We're selling Hepburn Shire, whether it's our towns or our communities. And I think that's a very important thing, and it's going to be very important leading out of what we've endured for the last few months and where we will be. We've acknowledged before there are people who are looking at making that consideration of change of where they wish to live and where their next chapter will be. But people just don't put a pin in a map and find out where they want to be. They're usually drawn here by some reason. So whether that's through extended family or whatever, but the events play such an important part of that, of bringing people up here, getting to experience what we've got on offer, and then hopefully a percentage of them will say, well, this is where we want to be. So I think that's an important part of any of our event strategy. So I heartily recommend the officer's recommendation to council for consideration.
Councillor Robson, do you wish to speak? Are there any speakers against the motion? Are there any speakers for the motion? Okay, there have been no speakers. I have the motion moved by Councillor Newitt and Councillor Robson. All those in favour of the officer's recommendation, please raise your hand. And thank you, I declare it carried. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Item 12.12, the Hepburn Rex at the Hub. Project update report for June 2020. Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, introduce Mr. Lucas again to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of the report is to provide councillors with a project update for the Hepburn Hub at the Rex project. Councillors, this is a monthly report, and in summary, once again, the total project scope, total project budget, and the total the program, delivery program, remain unchanged. The project, as has been discussed previously, is broken into two parts. There is the first stage works, which we are referencing as the early works, and they are to bring the current works to some level of compliance and to resolve the issues identified by the building surveyor with a notice that was issued to council in March. The second stage is the predominant remaining works, and council have engaged architects to progress the design phase, the tender documentation, and allowed council to go to tender. The stage 2 works, as I said, councillors, we've engaged architects and they've now completed the general arrangements plan. They've developed the detailed design, or are developing the detailed design and documentation, and they've been doing that in consultation with the various internal and external stakeholders. That documentation will form the tender documents, and we envisage that going into the market early in July, with an evaluation following that, with the schedule indicating that we'll bring a report to council at the 18 August 2020 council meeting for awarding of that construction contract. Councillors, there's a detailed report in the papers. It does identify a number of risks associated with the project, being a scope risk, a budget risk, and a program risk. And it also talks about an acceptance risk, some design risks, and some other procurement and construction risks. Each of these are being managed by the project control group, and the project control group is meeting regularly, and obviously we have these reports coming to council on a monthly basis. Councillors, the report is provided for information. There is an officer's recommendation at 12.12.1 of the agenda papers, and it is seeking council to note the report and also to endorse some minor amendments to the scoped areas following a detailed internal laser survey. And so now that we have some detailed internal dimensions, we've adjusted the floor areas accordingly. And that's meant a minor adjustment, which we're seeking council to acknowledge and endorse as part of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any questions to Mr. Lucas from councillors? Councillor Cottrell and then Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lucas, you mentioned quite rightly a number of risks that have been articulated quite well and quite strongly, but one of them is the time frame that's narrowing between now and getting this to an August council meeting. And that time frame is not long, and many things can happen. Have we considered that should things get a bit wobbly and we don't get the responses back from tender or time to evaluate them, that we might have a special council meeting to make sure that this work is approved prior to this council going into recess?
Mr. Lucas.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cottrell. We haven't specifically considered a special council meeting at this point in time. Obviously, remains an option for discussion should we get to that point. Councillors, I'd like to reassure you that one of the things that we have specifically required of the architects who are preparing the tender documentation is that they provide almost a task by task schedule, and that is broken down into week by week, right through to the point of releasing the tender. That schedule is reported on by the architects back to our project manager and through to the project control group weekly. And so we are tracking exactly where every task is at from a percentage delivery component. So at the moment, we remain on track and we believe that we will be able to hit those targets. But you're right, it is a high risk, and the smallest thing that doesn't quite go to plan may put that timeline at jeopardy, and a special council meeting is certainly something that will be considered should that occur.
Now, who was the next questioner? Councillor Henderson.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lucas, something that you said exercises my mind. I assuming that you can't sack the building surveyor, and we have the same one. We're talking about rectifying and bringing to compliance some of the work done. And I'm just wondering what inspections were sought from that building surveyor and if he signed those things off that were non-compliant. I don't want to go back in time, but what assurances can you give me that the same building surveyor, if that's the case, would not be doing the same thing, that we'd be having regular inspections and that building surveyor would be seeing that things did comply so that we don't have to go back and rectify them again. So if something's non-compliant with the building code or with Australian standards or whatever it is, that we make sure that this is done. The onus is on the builder, sure enough, but it's also on the building inspector to protect the ratepayers of this shire, to see that the work is done to the code and done to the various building standards that are applicable.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. It's a very good point that you raise, and this has been a project that has been challenging on many fronts. And one of the things that we've identified with a full-time project manager on board earlier this year identified that there are a number of building inspections that were required to be undertaken with the works completed prior to it being suspended, so back in early 2018, that were not inspected by the building surveyor or building inspector as is required by the building code. And so the issuing of our Form 11 building notice, which council received in March, puts the onus on council to verify and demonstrate to the building surveyor that the work's completed. For example, a pouring of a partial concrete slab at the front entrance that wasn't inspected prior to the pour, we need to be able to demonstrate to the building surveyor that it is fully compliant. That's the sort of thing in the stage one works, the early works, that we're working to resolve with the building surveyor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any further questions to the officer? Okay, no further questions. I have an officer's recommendation. I'm now seeking a mover and seconder for the motion. Could I have a mover moved? Councillor Cottrell, seconded. Was there a seconder? Councillor Redwood. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Councillor Cottrell, do you wish to speak?
Just quickly, Madam Mayor, these monthly reports that Council have requested are incredibly important, and the more detailed they become and the more transparent all of the operations that are happening around the RECs are covered in these reports. Obviously, the more comfort that we as councillors can have that this project will, at the end of the day, reach a very successful conclusion. Thank you.
Councillor Redwood, do you wish to speak?
Just incredibly appreciative of having this report with the detail and the sense that the works are being done in a very proper fashion. So much appreciated.
Thank you. Any speakers against the motion? Any other councillors wish to speak in support of the motion? Nope. I now move the motion, moved by Councillor Cottrell and seconded by Councillor Redwood, of the officer's recommendation. All in favour, please raise your hand. There being no objection, I declare it carried. Thank you. 12.13.
Mayor, can I just interrupt quickly? I'm not sure what the protocols are with having a short break during these Zoom.
I was actually going to ask,
I'd like to request a 2-minute break if I could.
Yeah, comfort break. Okay, do I need an adjournment motion? Can I have an adjournment motion, please?
Suspend standing orders.
Yes, suspend standing orders. Move Councillor Redwood, second Councillor Henderson. Vote. Do I need to vote on it? Yep, all in favour. There be no opposition, thank goodness. Thank you. And we'll come back in 5 minutes. So at 10 past.
At 10 o'clock, can I have a lamb feeding break?
We'll see if we can wrap up. Yeah. Maybe bring your lamb inside the room with you.
Lambs don't like not being fed.
I thought you were offering us a feed of lamb at 10 o'clock.
I do appreciate your position. We used to do that with goats. And you had about 10 of them. Okay, thank you. We'll come back at 10 past.
Okay.
It's there. It's now 10 past 9. So could I please have a motion to resume standing orders?
So moved.
Moved. Okay. Moved. Councillor Henderson. Seconded. Councillor Redwood. All in favour? There being no opposition, I declare it carried. We'll now resume. I now move to item 12.13, which is Public Art Commission, Hepburn Hub at the Rex. Director, Community and Corporate Services, Mr. Burgess, you're extremely busy tonight. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, Madam Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this report is for council to consider the recommendation by the Public Art Advisory Committee for the commission of artworks at the Hepburn Hub at the Rex. As part of council's 2019-20 Public Art Program, an expression of interest was advertised locally and nationally from the 6th of November to the 29th of November 2019. The expressions of interest called for a Zsa Zsa Wurrong artist or collaboration to conceive and construct a new public artwork to be located within the Hepburn Hub at the Rex building. At its meeting on the 5th of December 2019, Council's Public Art Advisory Committee recommended that one submission be shortlisted to develop their concepts for a permanent artwork. The shortlisted artist met with council officers and the project manager on the Rex at the Rex building on the 17th of January 2020. And at that stage, they've identified a suitable area to suspend the works, keeping them accessible and viewable by the public, but out of away from public reach, with appropriate viewing locations being identified throughout the building. The shortlisted artist presented the concept to the Public Art Advisory Committee on the 9th of April this year, in collaboration with Canberra Glassworks, Master Weaver, Auntie Marilyn Nichols, and I'll apologise in advance for the pronunciations here, of Zsa Zsa Wurrong, Yorta Yorta, Baraba Baraba, Wadi Wadi, and Jupagulk, will create 2 woven fish traps to be presented alongside 3 blown glass traps produced in collaboration by Canberra Glassworks. The techniques used by Auntie Marilyn in her weaving enhances the characteristics of the natural reed fibres. Combined with her knowledge and skillful weaving practice, Auntie Marilyn produces woven art form that traces through the weave itself, understandings of place, community and identity. The Canberra Glassworks will create an interpretation of Auntie Marilyn's traditional fish traps using blown glass as the medium. The artwork will have a rich texture that will mimic the weave of dried reeds. The project, councillors, connects contemporary art and design practices with traditional Zsa Zsa Wurrong. With traditional Zsa Zsa Wurrong culture and way of life. Council, I'll just draw your attention to under risk implications following on from the last item, and that the artists' agreement will have a provision to protect council from the implications of any delays on building works that may affect the artist's ability to complete the commission to the scheduled timelines in the artist's agreement. Auntie Marilyn Nichols and Canberra Glassworks have extensive experience in delivering commission projects of this nature, and Canberra Glassworks will work in close association with the architects and project manager and builder to ensure the appropriate installation and public safety will be adhered to. Councillors, the artworks will enhance the space at the Rex building by acknowledging the rich culture of the traditional custodians and create greater community and visitor awareness of the Jara people and culture. In relation to community and stakeholder engagement, councillors, the Dja Dja Wurrung Clan's Aboriginal Corporation were engaged in planning and advertising of the EOI for this Public Art Commission. And councillors appointed community members to the Public Art Advisory Committee based on their expertise to recommend an appropriate commission against the advertised criteria. The officer's recommendation for this report, councillors, is that council awards the Hepburn Hub at the Rex Public Art Commission to the collaboration of Auntie Marilyn Nichols and Canberra Glassworks.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Do I have any questions to Mr. Burgess?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if
Yes.
I could just quickly interject at that point. Mr. Burgess, just in terms of the financial implications, the artist appointed by council will receive $30,000 to produce a permanent artwork. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and to you, Mr. King, I apologise that I missed that piece of the report, and yes, that is correct, 100%.
And just based on that, if I could recommend, from an officer's recommendation perspective, that be included in the officer's recommendation and any resolution that council may determine, so it's very clear.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and Mr. King, noted, and that will be included.
So included at the end of that to say sort of at a cost of what, $30,000?
That the artist appointed by council will receive $30,000 to produce a permanent artwork. And my apologies, councillors, for that omission.
Councillor Robson, do you have a question?
Yes, just in relation to that comment, I'm wondering if that $30,000 includes the installation at the venue.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is my understanding. That is the entirety of the contract.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions to Mr. Burgess on this matter? Now, I need a mover and seconder, and it's been suggested by the officer that the officer's recommendation be amended. So can I have a formal motion to that effect if councillor so chooses? Councillor Redwood and Councillor Henderson second.
Okay, so the recommendation is that council awards the Hepburn Hub at the Rex Public Art Commission to the collaboration of Auntie Marilyn Nichols and Canberra Glassworks, that the fee for the work to be delivered and installed is $30,000.
And do I have a seconder to that motion? Councillor Henderson. Okay, Councillor Edward, would you like to speak to the motion?
Well, I can say, because I attended the public art panel meetings in relation to this work, that the panel was very particular and careful in the way that they assessed it, and that it went through a variety of iterations where questions were referred back to the artists and also to check out on the installation and how the works would actually look in situ. So I think that the work has been done very thoroughly, and I think it is very supportable.
Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak in support of the motion, the new motion?
No, I'm quite happy with that.
Okay. Any opposition to this motion? Do I have any further speakers? Any other councillors wish to speak on this motion? Nope. I will therefore put the motion moved by Councillor Redwood and seconded by Councillor Henderson. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. I now move to item 12.14, Trentham Community Hub Chief Executive Officer, and I understand Mr. Ben Grounds will introduce, the Manager of Major Projects will introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is to give an update on the design of the Trentham Community Hub and for Council to consider a number of elements that are important to the progress of the design. These elements relate to the Trentham Neighbourhood Centre, the function of the original hall in the new design, and the project budget. As I mentioned, these elements are important to the progress of the design, which we need to progress in order to undertake community consultation. Council appointed 7 members to the project advisory group in November 2019. This group first met in December 2019, has been meeting regularly since to discuss how the design of the Trentham Community Hub can reflect the community needs and vision for the facility. The architect that was engaged in earlier this year has reviewed the previous design schemes and all the community feedback for those schemes, and has been just thoroughly discussing the elements of the facility with the project advisory group. The next step in the project is to gain community feedback on the design through public consultation. You'll see officers' recommendations there printed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Are there any questions to Mr. Grounds? Councillor Henderson, then followed by Councillor Newitt.
Yes, this may become important down the track. So on page 119 of the printed agenda, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Grounds, it says here, a statement, neighbourhood centres in other towns in Hepburn Shire operate in their own building, independently of council hubs or facilities. Considering these factors, the PAG have recommended the TNC is not added to the scope of the project. It's my understanding that the Clunes Neighbourhood Centre operates solely, or just about solely at a cost to them, at a fairly great cost to them, operates solely out of a council facility and conduct other activities out of the Clunes Town Hall, which is once again another council facility. So just as a matter of if we're excluding someone from a project on the basis that no one else does it, that's not quite the case. You know, I happen to know that, but so it's probably not, it's a rhetorical question, probably.
Okay, do you wish to respond, Mr. Grounds, or
just to acknowledge that there's an error, that is an error through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Henderson. The intention was to refer to other council hubs, as you're right, that the inclusion of the word facilities in there is actually an error.
Thank you.
And through you, Madam Mayor, if council saw fit in the resolution to identify that the report requires amendment in that spot, that would be okay, and officers could adjust that for the public record.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to Mr. Grounds? Councillor Newitt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Rounds, I just want to be crystal clear on this. So the officer's recommendation that uses the term endorse the conceptual layout and size of a hall element, which would be approximately 170 square metres. I just want to be absolutely crystal clear that it's not locking in to the project, that there's some question being raised around about the stage that's in the existing hall. The conceptual layout that I've seen doesn't have that in there. I just want to make crystal clear for the communities and for my knowledge that that's not locked into anything that we put through tonight, that in fact there can be further discussion on what would be included in that hall.
Mr. Grounds.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Newitt, you're right. This is the term endorse really is to provide enough direction for us to proceed to consultation. The really important next step is the community consultation on the design, and we absolutely welcome feedback on all the elements. So the intention isn't to lock in specific final elements. It's really just to provide enough direction for us to proceed to that consultation stage.
Any other questions of Mr. Grounds? Okay, no further questions. Now, I have an officer's recommendation and I am now searching for a motion.
Sorry, I did have my hand up, but mine just missed.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, Councillor Robson. Councillor Redwood, did you also have Councillor Robson?
Thank
You're
you.
pretty fast.
I just want to get a bit of a sense because I hear very clearly that there's an intent to go out to community consultation to get a feedback on the design. So I'm wondering why now would be the time to narrow down, like taking out the neighbourhood centre and sort of, being specific about the size of that space.
Mr. Grounds or Mr. King.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Robson. I suppose it's part of a standard project management approach to, as the design progresses, to not limit options, but certainly provide some boundaries for, certainly for the architect, to be able to draw up something for the community to look at. It's difficult with no boundaries whatsoever to get to that stage. So it's really just, I understand the concern behind that question. It's really just to provide enough of a boundary just to get to that consultation stage, really.
Now, Councillor Henderson had a question.
Yes, I'm just reminded, I'm just looking at the officer's recommendation.
Yep.
We've got a conceptual layout and we've got a figure there of $4.1 million. Now, I'm very loath to go back in time, but here we go. As far as I'm concerned, here we go again. We haven't got any plans, we haven't got any specifications, we haven't got a scope of works, we haven't got anything, and yet we're going to put down a figure of a definite figure here of 4,100.
4.1 million.
4.1. I'm just having a bit of trouble seeing this here, but it seems to me that how can we put a figure out there in a council motion when we don't know what the scope is, we don't know what the specifications are. Is it going to be a premium finish? It's actually the refurbishment of a heritage building, which is another layer of cost. So, I'm wondering, where did we pluck that 4.1 million from?
Mr. Grounds.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Henderson, that figure is based on an indexing of the construction price index in Victoria of the 3.5 million in the 2018 resolution, which is based on figures from a couple of years earlier, just indexing that to 2021 figures, which is the current year of construction price indexing that the architect is working on at the moment.
Yes, and
Councillor Henderson again.
Yes, but even that $3.5 million figure, I'll go back a step. Where did we derive that figure from, given that we didn't have any scope of works and didn't have any plans and specifications? To me, this seems a bit rubbery about how we reached the first figure to then index it up to the second one. It seems an odd way of working to me. I normally would think that we'd have the public consultation, we'd get an agreed layout of what people could get, then we'd go back and talk to the architect, then we'd get some plans and specifications and see if it fitted, what budget it fitted, and then come to council. That's the way we normally do it. I mean, when all the contracts that we let, I'm sure we do, don't we, that we would not let even an artwork out without having a figure in there, that we had some confidence that it was close to the mark. That's what concerns me. And what do we say to that?
Mr. Grant.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Henderson, I'm not 100% clear on what the question is in there. I guess with an architect, there's a couple of ways you can work with them. One is to give them a budget and they work to that. One is to work with them to get the outcomes you want, and it costs what it costs. So I suppose we're trying to find a balance of those two approaches. Either way is fine, as long as, I guess the important thing is progressing to the consultation stage so we can hear what the community feedback will be.
Any other questions to Mr. Grounds? No, I don't see any movement. Okay, could I have a motion, please, in this regard? Is there there is an officer's recommendation.
Madam Mayor, can I start it off, and
Yes.
other councillors may wish to come in and help shape the motion, but I think it should be something like that council receives the report regarding the TCH, and approves the project moving to community consultation.
From the TC. And
approves the project moving to community consultation.
Excuse me, I'm just writing. Okay, so that replaces the recommendation. Okay.
Recommendation. It is the recommendation.
That's the motion.
That is that is the new motion. That is the motion. That is before the chair.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Henderson. Okay. Now, can I, Councillor Redwood, you're moving. Could you like to speak to
I
it?
believe that there's an issue of sequencing in this project that needs to be reflected in the recommendation, in the motion. I think that it would be inappropriate if we're going out to consultation, as Councillor Robson says, to not include the Trentham Neighbourhood Centre at this point. I think that you have the consultation first and then you receive a view as to whether you're including people or not including them. And similarly, I think that the issue about the cost needs to be something that's addressed after the community consultation, not before.
Okay. Councillor, have you finished your contribution, Councillor Redwood? Is that it?
I have.
Okay, that sounded like a full stop. Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak or reserve the right to speak?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I have some grave concerns about the way we've been progressing this. And I've looked back through the minutes and it was myself who wanted to increase the contribution and from council to $800,000, and I'm happy to do that. We want to get this project over the line. But we won't get it over the line if we start to not consult people. And I think we need to broadly consult the community. And when I moved the motion to put this out for the vote, for it to go to the vote, that it moved from 14A to High Street, it was made very clear to all the parties that that included the retention of the hall. Now, retention of the hall. Now, to me, of significance is that that stage is a part of the hall, the one that people voted to keep. Whether or not it's now convenient to have a bigger meeting room or whatever it is, that's beside the point. The vote, as it was put and as it was intended by my motion, was to keep the hall, not knock the walls out, not knock this out. Of course, we have to sacrifice some things, but there's more than just building here. This is not just a building. This place has a cultural connection as well, of all the people that have performed on the stage and done the various things. And if Trentham's going to have any, the arts get left out. I mean, we got left out, they get left out by the federal government in the COVID package. We're going to leave out the opportunity for them to perform in a heritage building. Whether it's heritage listed or not is beside the point. But it is a heritage building in Trentham. The stage is an integral part of that building. And to have an argument at this point in time over whether we have a stage or not, surely don't we get to the stage of getting the consultation where we sort that out before we go down the track. And that's what I want. I don't want to stop this project. I want to make sure that next time someone goes to a funding body, that they go and say, we've got the support of the community, of the Trentham community, not 51% or 52% or even 60%. I'd like to go to a position where we've got the vast majority of people, say 75 or 80%. You'll never get 100% of people supporting what we're doing. And I think that's the premise on which we start to even consider this. I'm not really concerned about the 4.1 million. I'm not really concerned about how we arrived at the 3.75 in the first place, in reality. But I am concerned that we get this right, because it's our only chance to do so. So I commend the resolution as it is. Give the public the right to have a say, give everyone the right to be included, and whether or not in the final analysis they are included is a matter for the people of Trentham, of Colaban Ward, actually.
Is there any opposition to this this motion? Anybody else wish to speak for the motion? Yes, Councillor Cottrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the motion, but one of the things that concerns me is, and I can't find it, is the terms of reference of the project advisory group. So it seems like we're going down the pathway that the project advisory group is going to determine itself what the community, what they believe the community needs, and take that out to consultation with the community, as opposed to try and draw in what they believe the community wants, and then develop a concept around that, then take that back out to the community. It seems that the motion that's being put forward is going to more satisfy the second part of that than the first part of that, if that makes sense. But I just can't find anything for the PAG's terms of reference.
Are there any other speakers? Would love to respond to that, but I don't think I can. Okay, any other councillors wish to have their say on this? Councillor Robson.
Thank you. I will have to say, because I think it's a very, very important project. We've been working on this for many, many years. There's been lots of ups and downs, and I think it's really important we get the consultation now so people actually can feel on board. And I think it's such an important project that we need to really make sure we do the right process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Redwood, would you like to sum up?
Look, I think that quite a number of us have got quite a long history in relation to this project and are very aware of some of the things that have not gone quite as smoothly as they might have over the years. I think we've got a real opportunity at the moment to get it right. And I think that the getting it right is going out for consultation at this point and then reaching closure on issues like who is or isn't included, and also issues about the stage, for example. I think you need the consultation first before you cut off options.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. Okay, that's finished the discussion. I now put the motion, which reads, was moved Councillor Redwood, seconded Councillor Henderson. Please correct me if it's wrong. That council receives the report from the Trentham Community Hub Plan Officer
regarding it wasn't proper, it was regarding and approves the project moving to community consultation.
Yep, and approves the project moving to community consultation. All in favour of this motion? There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Mr. Grounds. I now move to 12.15, which is Community Grants Program, round 4 for 2019 and 20. Again, Mr. Burgess, Manager of Community and Economic Development, to introduce the report.
I have a conflict of interest.
Okay, well, so Councillor Redwood will leave the room at 9:40.
Yep.
Any other conflicts of interest?
Madam Mayor, Councillor Redwood is now in the waiting room.
Thank you, Mr. King. Okay, I now proceed to the item 12.15. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this report is for council to consider the recommended allocation of round 4 funding of the 2019-20 Community Grants Program. Councillors, there are 5 categories that are outlined in the report. For this round of funding, round 4, we received 7 applications. 5 are recommended for full funding. one is recommended for conditional full funding, and one application was withdrawn. The grants that were put forward in this round, councillors, related to a project of senior cyclist safety from the villages of the old Goldfield Cycle Club Inc., being Voga Cycle Club, a LIP which was recommended for full funding, a Living Legends recorded interviews, which is put forward by the Trentham and District Historical Society, and that was recommended for full funding. Conserve the Reserve, which was a project put forward by the Daylesford Museum Reserve Committee of Management Inc., and that was recommended for conditional full funding based on a consultant to complete a conservation or consultant engaged to complete a conservation management plan. Councillors, the next one was the publication of print version of the Wampa Post, which is put forward by the Daylesford District Community News Association Inc., and that was relating to training and software costs for the Wombat Post print version, so not for actual printing, but for the training and software costs, and that was recommended for full funding. The next was the Wombat Trail brochures put forward by the Trentham Public Purpose Reserve Committee of Management Inc., and that was for printing of brochures and tourists for tourists and local community, and again that was recommended for full funding. Councillors, I'll just move you to the financial implications of the report, and I'll just highlight that categories A to C are now oversubscribed by $1,849.37. A review of the Community Partnerships Operation budget has identified that there are funds that can be utilised to be able to put to that deficit. In conclusion, councillors, or the officer's recommendation, councillors, that I'll go back. The conclusion is that recommended projects all support the objectives of the current community grants program as assessed, and that officers recommend that council award funding from the 2019-20 community grants program to those projects identified.
Any questions to Mr. Burgess on this issue? Nope. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that motion, please? Move Councillor Robson, seconded Councillor Henderson. Councillor Robson, would you like to speak?
I want to reiterate that this program is a really worthwhile program. I really thank the team for the work that goes into this. It is a lot of work, but I think the value that we get out of these contributions and the partnerships we create are really valuable. So thank you. Thanks for your team.
Councillor Henderson. No, you don't wish to speak. Do any other councillors wish to speak? No, I therefore move the motion as per mover Councillor Robson and second Councillor Henderson. All in favour, please raise your hand so I can see it. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you.
I'll bring Councillor Redwood back into the meeting.
Yes, bring her back at 9:44 p.m.
Councillor Redwood, welcome back to the meeting. The officer's recommendation was approved by council.
Thank you. I've just negotiated others to feed the lamb, so this is a very good break.
Okay, it's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, if I now could, after that little bit of levity, move to item 12.16, and that is Community Biodiversity Grants 2019-20 recommendations from, and the report. Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, and Mr. Lucas will present the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of the report is for Council to consider the allocation of the Community Biodiversity Grants. The biodiversity grants allow Council to directly support and work with community groups and organisations to protect and enhance Shire's biodiversity and further the objectives of Hepburn Shire's biodiversity strategy. Councillors will be aware that we make an annual allocation for this grants program, and the current current budget allocation is $24,000, and we received 7 applications requesting a total of just short of $32,000. Of the 7 applications received, 6 of them are recommended to cancel, and they are recommended at approximately a 90% allocation of what was requested in order to fit within council's budget allocation. It's important to recognise and to confirm that officers will continue to work with the unsuccessful applicant to develop their project. It was with regards to signage around Park Lake, and council is also looking at some signage projects, if you like, to roll out the next phase of its Shire Township entrance, Shire entrance and facility branding signage, and Park Lake will form part of that. So we'll work with that community group to progress their concept in that regard. Councillors, in light of some of the discussion presented by Mr. King earlier this evening around the customer satisfaction survey, it is worth noting that of the 6 recommended grant recipients, 4 of them actually reference weed control in some form. And I note that that was one of the issues of concern that came out of that customer satisfaction survey. Councillors, there is a recommendation on page 131 of the agenda papers tonight that recommends a grant being allocated to 6 recipients across the municipality.
Are there any questions to Mr. Lucas? Councillor May.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lucas, I just wanted some clarification. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in previous years, and I'm probably going back a few years, we had an allocated amount of money for land care groups. And I know that that actually changed how that money was actually allocated to those groups. So I noticed that there's some of these applications here are from land care groups. So within these actual grants, is there a sort of dedicated amount of funding that's allocated to land care groups, or is it simply a large, well, not so much large, but is it a single sort of pot of money that everybody is able to apply for? Can you tell me how the details of that work now?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor May, your memory is good. We changed the process that we had some years ago. Instead of having a significant allocation to all land care groups across the municipality with no line of sight as to what was being delivered, we reduced the allocation for each of the land care groups. I can't remember the exact amount, but it's a nominal amount, $1,000 or $2,000, to assist with their operating costs. And the bulk of the funding is then made available for project-specific grants, which is what you see here tonight. There is, separate to this, a small allocation to each of the land care groups to enable them to continue their core activities or their core function.
Any other questions to Mr. Lucas, please? Okay, I have an officer's recommendation as has been recommended. Could I please have a mover and seconder for that recommendation? Councillor Redwood, and second, please, Councillor May. Councillor Redwood, would you like to speak?
It's getting late in the night. I just want to say I think this is a great bunch of projects and I'm very happy to support them.
Councillor May.
Ditto.
Okay. Any opposition to this motion? No. I therefore put, or any other councillors wish to speak? No. Okay. Well, I will put the motion that the officer's recommendation, as moved by Councillor Redwood, seconded by Councillor May, be approved, be passed. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. I now move to 12.17, which is the Western Victorian Transmission Upgrade Project, or commonly called WestVic. Now, Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, and I'll introduce Ms. Bronwyn Southey, Manager of Development and Community Safety, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. So the purpose of this report is to advise Council on the Western Victorian Transmission Upgrade Project, also known as the WestVic project, and also the Victoria and New South Wales Interconnector, VNI West. This whole project, particularly the West Vic project, proposes a new transmission line running from Sydenham to Bulgana, sorry, excuse my terrible pronunciations. A 500 kV line will run west of Sydenham and potentially enter Hepburnshire somewhere near Dean. It will connect into a new terminal station, which will be used to set the voltage down from 500 kV to 220 kV. The 220 kV line will then continue westward, potentially around Creswick and Clunes. AusNet Services and Mondo, who are the contractor for this project, are already contacting landowners to negotiate access and refine the route. This has included letter mail out, drop-ins, thank you incentives in the form of $500 prepaid Visa cards from being able to enter the property and look into private land holdings to determine suitability. Officers are in discussion with all 6 LGAs potentially impacted by the project, and we also have obtained, or Moorabool has actually contracted a consultant to also help support and avenue us through this process. This item is being presented to councillors. We're wanting to advocate the best outcomes possible for our community, and therefore it's critical that we bring this to your attention, with the recommendation being that council receives and notes the report for information and a point of discussion.
Thank you, Ms Southey. Any questions of Ms Southey? Councillor Newitt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in reading the report, and just to clarify, it sounds like AusNet are already offering incentives to landholders to go in and look at the suitability of the location. And yet when they come to council, they're saying that, oh, well, there's a 20-kilometre window. So on one hand, council seems to be receiving information that there's a very wide area of interest. However, they're already targeting or visiting. So am I right in understanding that perhaps we're not getting as much information as possible from what their preferred location may already be?
Ms Southey.
Yes, councillor. We do believe from the reason why we've banded with other councils is to try and start combating that silo approach of running the councils off each other, and what appears to be really clear is that they are targeting more of the southern side of that corridor, and they have been approaching a number of community members. They started with Ballarat, then moved into Hepburn, and are now in Moorabool. I don't think consultation has started in Melton as yet. Obviously, there's a completely different range of complexities around that intensification of residential use for Melton. So yeah, what's really evident, really clear from probably the 3 letters we've sent out from council so far is that we're not getting answers that we need, and that transparency isn't overly clear at the moment. So this item is really important to show the community that we are trying to get the information, but they're not being forthcoming, and it's about building in that the best transparency we can, I guess, as officers.
Any other further questions? Councillor Newitt again.
Yeah, as a follow-up, and I don't want to hog the debate, but I guess if someone receives a letter saying that someone wants to access their land and run a transmission line, would it be a fair reason that people would expect the local council to know more, or to know what's happening? I guess what I'm sort of trying to get together here is that if someone's in the community, and we've had people approach us saying, what do you know about this transmission line? The response at the moment that we can give them is not much, except it's going to run through our shire. So I guess that's part of the sort of information that's lacking here. And from what you've just said, it sounds like other councillors are getting drip-fed information kind of at the same level. That's a fair assumption?
100%. They're being consistent about the limited information being provided. I guess speaking from experience working on the larger infrastructure projects, the challenge that you have when you don't build in that transparency and information up front is it'll often hold you up later in the project. And not predicting, but I can see it catching up with them eventually, particularly when the community realises the impact it's going to have on them, and I guess the lack of direction about the formality of the finalised line.
Councillor Cottrell, you've got your hand up.
Yes. We're working with 5 other LGAs led by Mirrabul. How aligned are we in our concerns? I mean, it's been mentioned before that we're just the pass-through shire, whereas others might get more direct benefit from this. So being led by Mirrabul, are they actually progressing our concerns, or are they working more towards the concerns of themselves and some others that might be getting more out of this?
Very good question, Councillor, through the Mayor. I have a very close working relationship with the officer at Mirrabul, and one of the critical factors is we do all have varying priorities as part of this project. Hepburn would be the most environmentally sensitive, I would say, and then you've got the bookends being Ballarat and Melton that are going to have much more residential impact. From all we're seeing at the moment, it looks like the terminal station is going to fall in our council area, if not possibly Mirrabul. But if anything, we're actually trying to combine our interests to ensure that there is an even distribution across councils, and it's not, they can't play off against each other. So whilst we do have different interests, ultimately the community and the best outcomes for them is the same. So and predominantly at the moment, because of the lack of transparency, it's really important that we band together as the number of councils and actually obtain that first and foremost, then start working out the sort of finite details about what we can actually achieve.
Thank you, Ms. Southey. Any other questions? Councillor Henderson? And I also have Mr. Lucas. So can we take Councillor Henderson and then move to Mr. Lucas?
I'm just wondering, through you, Madam Mayor, to Ms. Southey, do we think the government would have a better focus on it, or be more in position to get the information than us? And if we were to organise a meeting and invite those members of Parliament along, some of them from the government, some from the opposition, that we might be in a better position to get some further information or more information. I'm just thinking that maybe the Cabinet Secretary might be able to extract more information than the Creswick Ward Councillor, for example.
Councillor, my advice would be to seek any avenues we can to obtain that information. The government has undertaken the RIT-T process for this particular project, and for all intents and purposes, it complied with the requirements for that energy provision. So from that perspective, it has complied, and now we're in that construction, well, not construction, but the actual contractor and moving towards construction stage. So it's sort of shifted from government to more of a private organisation. So it would definitely help having government sort of brought back in to help avenue how this project develops.
Mr. Lucas, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to further respond to the queries or the questions from Councillor Newitt with regards to the community engagement process that they are undertaking at the moment, it seems from the advice that we get that they have a focus area which is fairly wide, as has been referenced. And it seems like they are breaking their contact down into small parts within that corridor. And so we're not getting any clarity around, I guess, whether they are narrowing the corridor of interest. Their explanation back to officers, at least, is that they are using that engagement process and that site surveillance in partnership with property owners, supposedly, to use that information to then refine the corridor of interest. And at the moment, it remains quite wide. Now, that's the advice that officers are getting. Whether they actually have something behind, a little bit more accurate than that they're not providing to council, I'm not sure about. There is certainly a fair bit of interest, and they've now started to approach council officers around council managed land and council road reserves that might be crossed or impacted as part of the project as well. So it's certainly progressing rapidly now. And yeah, it's important to put this out into the public domain through the public report tonight. Officers are very aware, as are councillors, that there will be significant community interest in this project, and at the moment we don't feel like we're in a position to be able to respond to all of the community queries that might come our way.
I've got a question to you, Ms. Southey. The whole issue of undergrounding, I know that we've discussed it before, but there appears to be, this is probably comment more than a question, appears to be a steadfast resistance in the consortium to talk about undergrounding. Why is that?
Mayor, the nature of the beast with this one is that they won their tender on the basis of overgrounding. They didn't factor undergrounding into their tender, into their contract proposal, their quote. So where we're using this consultant at the moment, who's quite specialised in this industry, a lot of you will know her, Taryn Lane. She's through Hepburn Wind. She is very good at understanding that line between the government requirements and the commercial requirements, and so we need to understand more about this undergrounding, because at the moment all they're saying is that it is more socially responsible, more environmentally responsible, because they on-cost the above grounding to, or any of the infrastructure onto the community. But for all intents and purposes, from the limited knowledge we have as officers, we don't have enough technical information, although we've requested it, to justify that that is the only option. So at the moment, we're just on the, it's not the assumption, it's the reality that they have only tendered for above ground, and they have confirmed that in discussions that we've had. So it's now about trying to determine whether that is the only option, or if there are other avenues to be able to negotiate it being undergrounded.
Thank you. Any other questions from other councillors? No. Well, I'm seeking a motion. We have the officer's recommendation, and I'm now searching for a motion. So move Councillor Newitt, second. Oh, do you...
Madam Mayor, I've got an alternate or an expansion on the officer's recommendation.
Okay, so what is that?
If you let me, I'll read it to you. So
is this a formal motion?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
So the motion would be 12.17.1, that council receives and notes the report for information.
Yep.
12.17.2, direct council to publish a version of this report on the Hepburn Shire Council's website. And 12.17.3, write to AusNet Services /Mondo asking for information on what compensation is proposed for affected landholders and to the impacted councils, including Hepburn Shire.
We got all that.
Happy to second.
So I'll just repeat that. So 12.17.1, that council receives and notes the report for information. Point 2, direct council to publish a version of the report on our website. And thirdly, that council write to the consortium to ask what compensation
is proposed. So what compensation is proposed for the affected landholders and to the impacted councils, including Hepburn Shire.
Landholders and Hepburn Shire. And one of them, I didn't put the name, I just had consortium. So do I put Mondo or is it AusNet or? Well,
from the officer's report, I see that it's marked as AusNet Services /Mondo, but if consortium covers it, I don't mind that term being used.
Okay.
And I'm happy to circulate the motion as well as written.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Redwood, second. Any opposition?
I'd like to move an amendment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, now the amendment. What is your amendment, Councillor Henderson?
The amendment is that we ask officers to contact relevant members of Parliament to seek further information about the project from them.
Is this amendment satisfactory to Councillor Newitt?
I'd be happy to incorporate that amendment.
So point 4?
Yeah, 12.17.4.
For that council right to members of Parliament?
Yes, the relevant members of Parliament.
To what? For what purpose?
To seek any information that they might have.
Okay, to seek any further information they might have. So that that amendment to the motion has been accepted by the mover. Is it suitable for the seconder?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, could I speak to the motion if I could?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, just briefly, it sums up what council have heard from the very small amount of information that we've received so far. Why I've added the two other items, as I foreshadowed, people as they start to hear about this will quite rightly expect council to know about it. I'm in no way saying that we should form an opinion on this yet, because quite frankly, we don't have enough information to determine whether we think this is a good thing or not. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is to actually open up the channels, get the public to see and understand. And when they come looking for information, if it's something on the website, that might help direct them then to those channels, to AusNet or whoever. The point around looking at what possible compensation is being offered, Councillor Redwood has discussed this before, and we've talked about this as a group of councils. Often you'll have a situation where, for one of the better expressions, some landowners will be bought off because there'll be an attractive incentive to have some sort of facility on their land. Those that are next to it don't have any compensation whatsoever. I'd just clearly like to know that if there is something being offered here, whether it's a form of community grants each year from the service providers, that there's a consistency across the shires, that the loudest objectors don't necessarily get the most reward. I think that would be setting the wrong message. So that's the kind of information I think we need to find out on behalf of our ratepayers, that there's an equity and fairness in rolling out this scheme, because it will also have an impact on the environment and the very reasons that people come here. We've also seen that, again, we've mentioned before about our bid to be part of the world's, have our goldfields recognised from the World Heritage UNESCO bid. So that should all be part of that conversation as well. So hence why I was very keen to widen it to include a couple of things specifically, as well as the original officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Newitt. Now, Councillor Redwood, do you wish to speak? Any opposition to the motion? No opposition. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor May.
Yeah, just briefly, Madam Mayor, given the time of the evening, but I'm very keen to support the motion as Councillor Newitt has put forward. I think, as we've had in discussions, that this is an issue that we're going to hear an awful lot more about, and there's already a great deal of concern in the Shire, and especially in this particular ward, where in the Creswick ward, where some of these transmission lines are proposed. And I think as individuals, probably landholders feel somewhat powerless in this. And I do think that they'll be looking for council to provide some sort of lead in this. And the more information that we can get and perhaps convey to our ratepayers, the better. And I'm also happy to endorse Councillor Henderson's amendment there, given that we really do need to get some answers from our politicians who have been somewhat silent on this, it seems, so far. And I think it's a sad reflection on our government if, as in the report, they assess this using their what was called RIT-T to analyse this process, which takes on the technical and economic viability of this project, but pays, would seem, absolutely no heed to any sort of environmental or social impact. And I think that's a very, very sad in this day and age that's the outcome of their process. Thank you.
Any other contributions from other councillors? No further contributions. I will therefore put the new motion. Moved by Councillor Newitt, seconded by Councillor Redwood. All in favour, please raise your hand so I can see it. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. Moving right along, 12.18, Waste Services Update. Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, Mr. Lucas, Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of the report is to update Council on 3 elements relating to waste management services. I don't need to tell councillors that there's much to do in this space. There are many opportunities and there are many aspirations, I know, at the councillor level, but also at officer level. The 3 areas that I was going to provide an update on relate to curbside collection services, the bulk bin services, and then perhaps just touch on some of our future proposed work. In terms of current services, councillors, in 2019, officers were working with a number of other councils in the region on a collaborative procurement process for a number of our services. And in September 2019, as the tender was due for release, we were requested by DELP, state government, to suspend that process pending some significant reforms at the state level. Be fair to say, we've lost significant time and have a number of challenges resulting from that. One of those was addressed by Council at its March 2020 Council meeting, where Council endorsed the extension of the current service provider, Wheelie Waste, to continue for a little over a 12-month period with the curbside collection services. We've also, with regards to our bulk bins, managing waste removal from our transfer stations, this is a service that was considered as part of that collaborative procurement process and was suspended along with the rest of the collaborative procurement proposal. The service is currently being provided by Suez, and given the delays in the tender process, a breach, regrettably, I need to inform councillors of a breach of our procurement thresholds and also the Local Government Act thresholds, and that's been identified. With regards to our future waste services, councillors will be aware that we've got a 0.5 EFT position in the draft 2021 budget, and we have also allocated or nominated a position as part of the Working for Victoria program as part of the stimulus package resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Also some resource to facilitate some progression in our waste services and seizing some of those opportunities. Councillors, the report is provided for information purposes and also to be transparent on the breach of our procurement policy, and also to give some indication as to where our current services are and some of the work that we are about to commence.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any questions of Mr. Lucas by councillors? Councillor Redwood. You're muted, councillor.
There we are, that's better. Through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lucas, my concern is what I see as a lack of aspirational goals, in that we don't seem, to me, to have specific and measurable ideas of exactly what we want to do with waste management. And that, so I would, what my question to you is, do we need to have a process which engages council and maybe selected members of the community to develop such aspirational goals?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do. We have our current waste strategy, and that is some years old now, and we're proposing a review of that strategy and a report back on what we have actually achieved. Some preliminary work in that space around about this time last year, from memory, identified that many of the goals set in the waste management strategy have actually been achieved or are continuing to be ongoing, but we need to set a new benchmark and a new set of aspirations, and that's what we need to work towards. The officer's report makes reference to a review of that strategy being provided to Council in August of this year, and that will then set sort of the platform for us moving forward, and also the avenue to respond to the circular economy policy and the reforms that were announced by state government earlier this year.
Okay. If I can
sorry, Councillor,
we continue. Over the last couple of years, there's always been some reason why we had to wait. And I think we've got to the point where there's a sort of a desperate feeling that we really need to formulate a plan, regardless of whatever else we might be waiting for. And so, I mean, just needing some sort of sense of whether this is where the officers are at.
So through Madam Mayor, I can assure you, Councillor Redwood, that officers are sharing your frustration. We do have a number of challenges around procurement and our current contracts coming to their end, and needing to secure services as a core element into the sort of immediate term. We continue to persevere with a collaborative procurement process, and that has been incredibly challenging, with the suspension or the request to suspend that process, and even now that the reforms have been announced, trying to get some common agreement and support at the Regional Waste Group to progress the collaborative procurement process. We've been in discussions from CEO down in recent times around saying, if we can't get agreement across the region with other councils, then Hepburn is in a position where we have to go alone and we can't wait any longer. So officers are absolutely frustrated, as you are expressing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any other questions? Councillor Cottrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question, if I could, to Mr. Lucas on the breach. Is a local government authority required to, with that breach to the Local Government Act threshold, are they required to notify a regulator or anybody else of that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't believe that we're required to notify a regulator. We are required to report it in our annual report, and we will absolutely do that. We've also had a discussion at the exec team level around that, and we've also made application for a ministerial exemption for the expenditure that continues now to the point where we have a formal or an approved tender or compliant tender in place.
Just a second question, if I could, as a follow-up.
Certainly.
To that. If there are breaches by the organisation, are they normally reported through to council? This one has, but if there are any other breaches that are not associated with the topic we're dealing with, would the breach be reported?
From a transparency perspective, Councillor Cottrell, I'd like to say yes, but I'd need to take the question on notice. I'm not aware of other breaches. I would assume that any breach of the policy, and particularly the Local Government Act, needs to be in our annual report. So I'd like to think that it would come through to council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Lucas? Okay, I have a officer's recommendation that council receives and notes the report for information. I'm searching for a mover and seconder, please.
Madam Mayor, I want to move somewhat differently. I want to move the council receives and notes the report for information, that council requests officers to arrange a workshop with councillors to discuss goals for waste management and recycling.
Is there you're moving that? Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Robson. Councillor Redwood, would you like to speak in favour of your motion?
Look, it's a fairly low-key and simple request, which I would see as leading on to something quite substantial. What I feel is that we've been asking for the substantial thing for a couple of years and it hasn't appeared. And so I guess I'm very keen to start a conversation that identifies what it is that needs to go in it and how it could be formulated.
Thank you. Councillor Redwood. Councillor Robson. Seconder. You're muted, Councillor.
Yes, I seconded, but I don't want to speak to it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, does any opposition to this motion? There's no opposition. Any councillors wish to speak to the motion? No, I will therefore move the extended motion moved by Councillor Redwood and seconded by Councillor Robson. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Yes, there being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you. Not exactly down the home straight, but almost. Item 12.19, Hepburn Libraries 2020 to 25, Service Level Agreement. Director, Community and Corporate Services, I'd like to introduce again Ms. Fran Fogarty, who's the Acting Director, Corporate and Community Services, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is to update council on the performance of Hepburn Libraries under the current library service level agreement with the City of Ballarat. Further, for council to endorse a recommendation to enter into a new 5-year service level agreement with the City of Ballarat for the provision of library services as part of the Central Highlands Libraries Group, comprising Ararat, Central Goldfields, Hepburn, Moorabool, Pyrenees and Southern Grampians councils. The report outlines the responsibilities of the City of Ballarat and the Central Highlands member councils and acknowledges the significant improvements to service levels across our libraries since council took over direct management. The report also highlights the cost reductions since entering into a service level agreement with the City of Ballarat. And there are 2 recommendations in the report for council to consider. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any questions to Ms. Fogarty? No, I have a motion here, an officer's recommendation, and I'm now searching for a motion to that effect. Can I have a mover, please? Move Councillor Robson. Second, please. Councillor Newitt. Councillor Robson, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, just want to really recognise the work to involve in another partnership. I think it's really, really good progress. And I think this is a really good example of what can be done when we actually look at collaborating with our neighbours. So great work.
Thank you. Councillor Newitt, would you like to speak seconding the motion? Any opposition to the motion? Any further speakers to the motion? There being no further speakers, I will put the motion. All in favour of the officer's recommendation? There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you. Now move to item 12.20, contract HEPBU.RFT 2020.56 Clunes Town Hall and Courthouse Remedial Works Stage A. Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, Mr. Lucas, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, it's with some excitement that I bring this report before you tonight. It's a project that again has been on the horizon for some time now. And as the Mayor referenced, it is with regards to considering the awarding of a contract for remedial works at the Clunes Town Hall and Courthouse. Councillors, we've gone through some extensive work, and this is probably resulting from increased resources into our major projects team and seeing some of these long-standing projects now starting to progress. We've gone through extensive scoping works. This package of works which we're referring to as Stage A, includes masonry repairs to the facade, also some masonry repairs internally, some render repairs, plaster repairs, some roof plumbing, carpentry and joinery, and obviously some repainting of those affected areas as well. And we do have a Stage B and a Stage C package of works that's on the horizon. We are looking to confirm that with a number of the stakeholders to make sure that we reference that back to what is the proposed utilisation for that facility to make sure we get the prioritisation correct. Tenders were invited via a public advertising process and 9 tender submissions were received. They've been evaluated against the criteria as listed in the body of the report by the nominated evaluation panel. Councillors, there is a recommendation on page 148 of the agendas tonight seeking council to award this contract for that package of works.
Any questions to Mr. Lucas on this matter? No questions. I have an officer's recommendation. I'm now in search of a motion, please. Councillor Newitt, second, please. A seconder, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Newitt, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll be brief. It's been a very long night, but just to reflect on what Mr. Lucas said, this will come across the community will be quite chuffed to see this happen. It's been a project that's been on the books for a long time. In addition to the earlier funding that was announced, it's all looking good. So hats off. It's I think a great way forward. It's a very key building, as a great number of key buildings we have in the Shire, and it's difficult to find the funding for them. But if we can just start picking them off one by one, and when the opportunity arises, the community is going to thank us because it's what they want to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I think that this is part of the program that we've got to restore perhaps our most important buildings, and the Clunes one, of course, for those who don't know, it's a very, very sad place to build masonry buildings in Clunes and have them hold together. So this building was in grave danger of falling into ruin and being practically unusable. And at times, people have been concerned using it. The occasional bit of plaster falling down on people as they came in. And I think it's one of our iconic buildings in the Shire. And we are lucky and unlucky that we've got major town halls in three of our major centres. So I think we need to look after them, and the Clunes one is the best place to start because I believe it's in the worst condition of any of them. So I really commend this, and I think it's long overdue. And as we can afford it, as Councillor Newitt says, we'll pick them off one by one.
Any speakers against the motion? No. Any other speakers for the motion? None. Okay, I will put the motion as per the agenda. I won't read it out, but it's there. All in favour of that, the motion? There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you. I now move to item 12.21, which is contract HEPBU.RFT 2020.12 reconstruction of Old Ballarat Road, Daylesford. Director of Infrastructure and Development Services, Mr. Lucas, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Much the same in terms of its content. The purpose of the report is to consider the awarding of a contract for the reconstruction of the Old Ballarat Road, Daylesford. It forms part of Council's 2019-20 infrastructure program, and tenders were released on Council's tender.net portal. 19 tender submissions were received and were evaluated by the evaluation panel against the criteria, again as detailed in the body of the report. The anticipated expenditure, councillors, for this project is within the 2019-20 infrastructure budget as assigned to this particular project, and there is a recommendation on page 152 for council to consider awarding this contract.
Thank you. Any questions to Mr. Lucas, please? No, I have then. Could I have I have an officer's recommendation, and could I please have a mover for that? Moved Councillor May, second, Councillor Newitt. Councillor May, would you like to speak?
No, I don't need to, Madam Mayor.
Speaks for itself, yeah. Councillor Newitt, do you wish to speak?
No, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Any opposition to the motion? Nope, I will now put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand so I can see them. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you. Now, item 12.22, contract HEPBU.RFT 2020.42- wet hire of equipment, plant and minor works. Director of Infrastructure and Development, Mr. Lucas, to present the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, the report is for Council to consider the awarding of a panel contract for the wet hire of equipment, plant and for minor works to a panel of approved suppliers. Just for clarification, councillors, wet hire of equipment and plant is defined as hire equipment which is inclusive of an appropriately skilled operator. Tenders were invited via public advertisement and on our e-tender portal. 29 submissions were received, evaluated by the evaluation panel, and 19 of them are recommended for council to consider awarding contract to. The works or the contractors proposed are utilised across various teams of council in the delivery of our normal operating or normal operations throughout the year. Council currently, or officers currently get separate quotations for these works, and this is intended to streamline that process, and we expend probably in the order of around $600,000 across the organisation per annum on such works. Their schedule of rates contracts and officers would determine which was the appropriate contractor to use, considering the schedule of rates in the successful tenderer, where the proposed works were to be undertaken and the type of equipment that is best suited for the project at hand. Councillors, again, there is a recommendation to consider awarding a panel of contractors to this on page 156 of your agenda papers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any questions to Mr. Lucas, please? No, I have a very large recommendation as per your paper, so I will not read it out, but it is for a panel, so and with all of the names therein recorded on our agenda. Can I have a mover to that effect, please? Councillor Redwood, seconded Councillor Cottrell. Councillor Redwood, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Cottrell, do you wish to speak? No. Any opposition to the motion? No. I will therefore put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Item 12.23, contract HEPBU.RFT 2020.42- dry hire of equipment, plant and vehicle for Hepburnshire vehicles, plural, for Hepburnshire Council. Director of Infrastructure and Development, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as referenced, the report is seeking council to consider the awarding of a contract for dry hire of equipment, plant and vehicles. So obviously the counter scenario to the previous item, and it is the hire of plant and equipment without an operator, and council would put our own operator into any plant that came on board. Tenders were invited via the public advertisement and the e-tender portal and compliant with our procurement policy. 14 submissions were received and again evaluated against the standard criteria. Again, from a financial perspective, expenditure in previous years would indicate that this sort of contract would see around about $300,000 spend per annum, and officers again would make some assessment from the panel as to which one was the most appropriate and cost effective for the delivery of the works at hand. Again, their schedule of rates contracts, and there is again a lengthy officer's recommendation on page 161 of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any questions for Mr. Lucas on this item? Now, I have a recommendation, which is again rather long, so I won't read it right out, but it's as per the agenda. Can I have a mover and seconder to the motion, please? Moved Councillor Redwood and seconded Councillor Cottrell. Councillor Redwood, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Cottrell, do you wish to speak? Any opposition to the motion? No, I will put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Item 12.24, cancellation of 2 June 2020 special council meeting and revised date set for 7th of July 2020. Director of Community and Corporate Services, Ms. Fran Fogarty, Acting Director, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is to formally notify council as to the reason that the 2 June 2020 special council meeting was cancelled and a subsequent date was set to hear the budget submissions at a special council meeting for the 7th of July 2020. In line with the Local Law No. 1 Meeting Procedure 2014, there is a requirement for the Chief Executive Officer to formally notify the Council of the cancellation or postponement of an ordinary council meeting. In consultation with councillors, the decision was made to cancel the special council meeting scheduled for 2 June 2020 to hear submissions for the 2020-21 proposed budget. On the 9th of April 2020, the then Local Government Minister, Adam Samarek, advised via a media release that all Victorian councils were granted extra time to resolve budgets with an extended deadline for 2020-21 council budgets until the 31st of August 2020 and for annual reports to the 30th of November 2020. Councils are usually required to adopt their budgets by the 30th of June and to submit an annual report by the 30th of September each year. In line with the extended timeframes, the original scheduled date for a special council meeting to take place to hear submissions on the 2021 budget has been rescheduled to the 7th of July 2020. The April ordinary meeting of council was cancelled as a result of COVID-19 restrictions, which contributed to the delay to the budget timeframes. A revised date has been set and advertised to hear budget submissions and has therefore been scheduled for the 7th of July 2020. There's the officer's recommendation there, and that is that council notes the report outlining why the special council meeting to hear budget submissions that was scheduled for 2 June 2020 was cancelled, and why a revised date was set and advertised for a special council meeting to hear budget submissions was called for the 7th of July 2020. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Fogarty. Any questions to Ms. Fogarty? No questions. I'd like. I'm now in search of a motion.
Move officer's recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Redwood, seconded Councillor May. Councillor Redwood, do you wish to speak?
No.
Councillor May, do you wish to speak? Any opposition? No. All in favour, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. 12.25, record of assemblies of councillors, Director of Community Services, Community and Corporate Services, and Ms. Fran Fogarty, Acting Director, would you like to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is for council to receive and note the assembly of councillors. I trust that councillors have read the report and are aware of the assembly of councillors, and the officer's recommendation is that council receives and notes the record of assemblies of councillors. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any questions to Ms. Fogarty? Councillor Redwood.
So moved. Recommendation.
So move the motion. Seconded, please, Councillor May. Any opposition to the motion? Any further discussion on the motion? I therefore put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Thank you very much on that. Item 13, Council Special Committees, Section 86 Committees. Item 13.1, extension of appointment of members to special committees. Section 86 of Council, Director of Community and Corporate Services, Ms. Fran Fogarty, to produce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and councillors, the purpose of this report is for Council to consider extending the appointment of current members to the Creswick Museum and the Drummond Hall Special Committees, which are Section 86 committees of Council. Special committees were established by Council under Section 86 of the Local Government Act 1989, and their function and responsibilities of each committee volunteer is outlined in an instrument of delegation. The following committee members have expired or are due to expire before the 1st of September 2020. The Creswick Museum Special Committee, Miss Wendy Olsen appointment expires on the 31st of July 2020. Miss Margaret Fullwood, her appointment expires on the 31st of July 2020. And for the Drummond Hall Special Committee, Mr Barry McGrath appointment expired on the 30th of June 2019. Both committees will be left without a quorum if these members are not extended. Also would like to note that there are a further 15 committee members whose appointments will expire on the 31st of August 2020, and Council will be working with all committees and their members to review instruments of delegation to ensure that new arrangements are in place under the Act and are in place by the 1st of September 2020. In extending the appointment of these committee members will enable the special committees of Hepburn Shire Council to operate within their instruments of delegation, while Council works with them to transition to the new arrangements under the Local Government Act of 2020. There is an officer's recommendation there that Council resolves to extend the appointment of Miss Wendy Olsen as a member of the Creswick Museum Special Committee until the 1st of September 2020, and resolves to also extend the appointment of Miss Margaret Fullwood as a member of the Creswick Museum Special Committee until the 1st of September 2020, and resolves to extend the appointment of Mr Barry McGrath as a member of the Drummond Hall Special Committee until the 1st of September 2020. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Fogarty. Any questions to Ms Fogarty on this matter? No, no questions. So I am seeking a motion. So do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Henderson moved, second Councillor Cottrell. Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak?
No.
Councillor Cottrell, do you wish to speak?
No.
Nope. Any opposition to this motion? Any councillors wish to contribute to this, to the discussion? No, I will therefore put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand. There being no opposition, I declare it carried. Item 14, Council Advisory Committee, recommendations from Audit and Risk Advisory Committee to Council. Director, Community and Corporate Services, Ms Fran Fogarty, who's the Acting Director of Corporate and Community Services, to introduce the report. Ms Fogarty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it was with absolute pleasure that I can say that this is the final report for Council tonight. It's certainly been a long night. The purpose of the report is for Council to consider advice from the two previous meetings of the Audit and Risk Advisory Committee held on the 11th of May 2020 and the 25th of May 2020. The Audit and Risk Advisory Committee held an out-of-session meeting on the 11th of May 2020 to review the status of the Hepburn Hub at the REX project. At the quarterly meeting of the Audit and Risk Advisory Committee held on the 25th of May 2020, the committee passed a number of resolutions for consideration by the Council. Minutes from advisory committees of Council are now presented at a councillor briefing for discussion. The recommendation is there, Madam Mayor, and I put that to you now for consideration.
Any questions to Ms Fogarty? No questions. I need a mover. Move Councillor Cottrell and second, please, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to propose an alternate motion.
Okay, what's your motion?
My motion is to replace the existing motions with motion 14.1.5. Oh, sorry, 14.1.1 that must be. that council note and accept the resolutions passed by AREC at its special meeting held on the 11th of May 2020 as detailed on pages 185-86 of the council meeting agenda. 14.1.2, that would be that council note and accept the resolutions passed by AREC at its quarterly meeting held on the 25th of May 2020 as detailed on pages 186-187 of the council meeting agenda. And 14.1.3, that council in respect of resolution 7.2.3 on the 25th of May meeting undertake to complete the discussion on the Hepburn Hub at the Rex applied valuation methodology prior to council moving into caretaker period in September 2020.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Henderson. So you're in agreement that this be the motion, Councillor Henderson?
That's right.
Yep. Now, Councillor Cottrell, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, thank you, Madam Mayor. In doing so, I'd like to remind Council that the items raised under item 14.1 are the result of the long journey by AREC to have the outcomes of Council's primary advisory committee actioned, where appropriate, beyond simply noting, as has been the practice in the past. While how we handle AREC recommendations remains work in progress, we have reached an important milestone by now bringing recommendations forward under a separate agenda item. As mentioned, AREC had two meetings in May. The 11th of May meeting was a special meeting held in order to fully update AREC on the Hepburn Hub at the Rex. The chairman's summary is on page 189 of the agenda pages and the resolution on pages 185, 186. On the 25th of May, AREC held its regular quarterly meeting. And Madam Mayor, you can see by the list of resolutions detailed on pages 186-7 of the agenda that AREC completed an in-depth review across operations of the organisation. The chairman's summary is on page 194. Included in these resolutions is a recommendation to Council regarding discussion on the Hepburn Hub at the Rex valuation methodology. This resolution states that the Audit and Risk Advisory Committee recommend to Council that as the Hepburn Hub at the Rex project is the subject of a probity investigation that may cause reputational damage to Council, and that on its completion it will represent the largest single asset of Hepburn Shire, carrying the Shire's largest single borrowing, its applied valuation methodology should be subject to open and transparent discussion and decision by Council as the accountable body. This resolution is joined by resolution 7.2.4 and 7.2.5 on pages 186-87. These resolutions were made following discussion by AREC that given the history and nature of the Hepburn Hub at the Rex, a discussion needs to be held on the merit of the completion valuation methodology, such as carrying value versus fair market value. It is understood that the prevailing valuation methodology used across local government is predicated on the view that a council-owned building or office are mostly held in perpetuity. They are valued at carrying costs less depreciation. However, it may be argued that the Hepburn Hub is quite a different proposition, a commercial-based development fitted for administration and community use, which on completion of the refurbishment in 2021 and for the first time in its existence will have a real and commercial use and value. The Hepburn Hub at the Rex is neither a unique nor orphan type property with use suited only by Council. AREC expressed no view on the final methodology to be applied, but given the significance of the Hepburn Hub at the Rex, believe that the various approaches open to valuation should be explored and understood by Council. Madam Mayor, in relation to the AREC recommendation, I commend the motions to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Cottrell. Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak?
No.
No. Any opposition to this motion? Yes, Councillor Newitt, you are opposed? You're muted.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I don't mind that we investigate the recommendations that we were to note and receive, but really, at 11:15 on the night to decide that we're going from noting something to accepting something, I think is bad practice. I think we need to put things in place so that the officers can bring back a report to us. I think that's just good practice and good governance. So I wouldn't be supporting anything that's committing us to making a decision and endorsing something where we haven't had the time or input from officers as to what the likely outcome of that would be to bind us to.
Anybody wish to speak for the motion?
I'm similarly a little concerned that this is a weighty matter and that we're dealing with it very late in the night when we haven't actually really probably got totally to grips with it, as I mean, in the way that John has. And so, I mean, I'd be happy to revisit this at another time when we've had a chance to have a look at it in you know, maybe written down or in more detail or something, but I'm just a little concerned about adopting it at this moment.
Yeah, we have a problem in that these type of reports will come in right at the end of an evening. So I don't know how you get around that, but is there any other discussion on this particular motion? Councillor Robson.
Can I hear the motion again, please?
Yeah, can I just hang on the motion? Yeah. The motion reads that Council note and accept the resolution passed by ARAC at its special meeting held on 11 May, as detailed on pages 185 to 6 of the Council meeting agenda. That Council note and accept the resolutions passed by ARAC at its quarterly meeting held on 25 May 2020, as detailed on pages 186 to 7 of the Council meeting agenda. 14.1.3, that Council, in respect to resolution 7.2.3 of the 25 May meeting, undertake to complete the discussion on the Hepburn Hub at the Rex applied valuation methodology prior to Council moving into caretaker period in September 2020. So is there any other discussion on that? Otherwise, I will ask Councillor Cottrell to wind up. Yes, Councillor May.
Just for my two bob's worth, I suppose. I'm a little concerned about this too. I don't for 1 minute doubt John's good intentions, but I mean, rather than being a sort of minor alteration to an officer's recommendation, it does seem like it's a pretty major change, which I thought was perhaps not quite within the rules. I'm not sure what the rules are. I'm not good on that, but like I said, I'm not doubting John's good intentions, but I think I'd probably be not that supportive of it under those circumstances. That's all.
Any other contribution? Councillor Henderson.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we've got a very, very diligent Audit and Risk Committee. And those people are selected to go on that committee because of their experience, both as auditors. They have vast experience, and we're very lucky to have people like that. This project has been the subject of investigation or attempted investigation by the Audit and Risk Advisory Committee for quite a number of years now. And I just ask what the point of having an advisory committee is if we don't take their advice. You know, it's a matter that they have put to us. They've never been an audit committee that wants to get council into trouble, but they want to have answers. And I believe that they're speaking on behalf of our residents and ratepayers and wanting some transparency in the way this thing is valued and looked at. And Councillor Cottrell is quite right, and so is the audit committee, to say this building is unlike other buildings. It is a commercial building. It is not like the town hall where we can't sell it. It is not like any other, the Clunes warehouse Clunes. It's not like that. It is a commercial property. We could actually sell it we have the ability to sell that. We don't have the ability to sell the other. So I think it does have a different focus on it. And so I can't see any problem at all in accepting this recommendation. That's just my view.
Okay, any other discussion? I think everybody's had their say.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm more than happy to deal with it, but I don't want to be dealing with it without thinking about it at 11 o'clock at night. I'd much rather defer the item and deal with it again earlier in the July meeting.
And Councillor Cottrell, are you happy about that, or do you want to pursue the motion?
I'd like to talk to the motion, just to wind up on the motion.
If you'd like to wind up and wind up the debate.
There's not a great deal of change in the motion in terms of it's seeking to have councillors recognise the resolutions which are pointed out in the detailed in the agenda papers. Everyone's had the chance to read the resolutions. So it's the resolutions of 2 meetings which have recently been held. So there's nothing of great moment in accepting the resolutions which have been tabled. The third point relates to an item of great significance to this council, and that is the Hepburn Hub at the Rex. We as a council, or the next council, will need to sign off on the accounts. And in those accounts, there's going to be one asset which is going to tower over every other asset in the balance sheet. It's also an asset that carries the largest debt that this shire has. The motion is simply seeking that this council enters into a discussion around valuation methodologies. It doesn't suggest for 1 minute that a decision needs to be made by council, because of course that will come back through management. If you did read the resolutions of AREC, they make quite clear that they've accepted the pathway mentioned by management, but it does suggest that this council has in effect an obligation to deal with its largest asset and understand how it might be dealt with. It would be an abrogation of our responsibility not to consider this. And unfortunately, because we go into recess or go into whatever it is, by the 22nd of September, we have little time left. Management will bring alternatives, methods of valuation to a meeting which and it would most likely be in September, where we would discuss this. Management would bring forward plenty of information on the likely method, or the alternate methods of valuation of the Hepburn Hub at the Rex on its completion. We're not talking about now. We're talking about on its completion in 2021, what approaches might be taken to its valuation, given, as Councillor Henderson mentioned, that the Hepburn Hub at the Rex is not like a town hall. It is an asset that could readily be sold and would could be taken up by many organisations. So I think to defer it is not appropriate. There's plenty of information that was provided in our agenda documents in terms of the resolutions of AREC to be able to understand what has been asked to accept their resolutions of 2 meetings and to deal with the recommendation that they put forward in a timely manner. So I do recommend the motion to councillors.
Okay, I will now put the motion. All in favour of the motion, moved by Councillor Cottrell and seconded by Councillor Henderson, please raise your hands. 4. So in favour is Councillor Cottrell, Kokoczynski, Henderson and Robson. Against? Councillor Newitt, Redwood and May. I declare the motion carried. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I request that, I don't know how we work under COVID,
for a division. Okay, again, I will do that again. All in favour of the motion as moved by Councillor Cottrell, please raise your hands and I will call out the names. Councillor Kokoczynski, Cottrell, Robson and Henderson. Against? Councillors May, Newitt and Redwood. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Now, we don't have any items. We're down to the last item, which is confidential items, but we don't have confidential items because of the, we handled that in the urgency motion. So I therefore declare the meeting closed at 11 p.m. Thank you, councillors and staff. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.